Hello, everybody. What's going on? Welcome in, Season Rights. How's it going? Okay. Let's see here. It's him. No way. It is me. But yeah. Anyways, today we're going to be working on Starground a little bit. I want to fix some bugs. Then after that, probably in about 2 hours, we'll play some Voices of the Void. Because it's a cool game and it's fun. I want to get more money and upgrade things. But yeah. We also gotta go explore in Voice of the Void because there's that like fan upgrade or whatever, the cooler for GPUs. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty epic. Still didn't play Voice of the Void. I definitely recommend it. It's pretty fun. You should definitely check it out. I don't know. It's just neat. It's like a sandbox game basically. There's a lot going on. There's like a billion things that you can buy. As you get, oh yeah, did you finally move in and stuff? Let's go. Yeah, epic. Cool, yeah, you'll have to show me around the place sometime. Yeah, let's go ahead and jump into it. Also, so Solodroma, welcome in. How's it going? Hopefully I said that right. Alrighty. So the bug that I would like to fix really quick, I think I know what's going on with it. So I'm gonna go take a look at it. Let me go ahead and put it into YouTube. Just so we have it in here. Actually, I think it's already, yeah, it's this one. So basically what happens is when you place an underground conveyor, and then if you close the build menu before you go to place the second one, it like stays. I think I know how to fix it, but what's going on this stream? You gotta do a backflip? Probably not. I don't think so. I don't think I can really do a backflip. Could do one underwater, maybe on a trampoline, but yeah. Nah, we're gonna. I was thinking about maybe doing Maze Game today, but I don't know. I do want to do some Starground stuff, so I think we'll do that. Okay, so supposedly if we go to place this one down and then we hit escape, okay, that doesn't work. Okay, it's only if you go into the build menu again, so if you hit build menu to cancel the thing, then it does that. So I think we can fix it. It doesn't happen with escape, which is interesting. So we need to figure out exactly why it stays visible. Because I'm pretty sure that line there is not actually attached to the underground. It's actually inside of the player scene. So if we go down to that, I'm pretty sure that it's this, one of these in here. Is it this line 2D? Yeah. So you can see is when we hide that, that's what it is. So it should be a really easy fix, I think. Let's just go look in here, and I'm going to rename that away from line 2D so I actually know what the frick it is. Line 2D. And that'll be inside of the player. So that's underground conveyor line, that's separate. Okay, build preview right here. So this is line 2D. We're going to change this into conveyor line. I'll copy it. So this is where it handles the thing, where we just say, okay, visibility is false as long as whatever. That stuff is all good. Yeah, I think we can fix this pretty easily. I think that that's the only place I actually... Oh, I do reference it here. Yeah. So do that. So that's if I cancel my build. I say if build preview is visible. If that, then I set it to invisible. But that doesn't work because I also have to do that when I open up a menu. So I'm going to say in toggle UI. We're just going to say make that invisible. Actually, only if we've opened a UI. And I think that'll fix the issue. Just making sure we haven't mentioned that anywhere else. I don't think so. That's enemies. It's not the same thing. I don't think. Underground conveyor line is a separate thing. Lighting arc. The mover's separate. Alright, so let's go ahead and launch. Welcome in, Svencer. How's it going? What do you got going on? Okay, let's go make sure this works. This should fix it, I'm pretty sure. I'm like 95% sure. So I place it down, go to place second one, open the build menu. It doesn't happen anymore, yeah. Okay, so yeah, it's pretty easy fix. It's basically just us opening the UI to cancel the building. Pretty straightforward. Now, honestly, there's probably a better place I could put that, if I'm being completely honest. I do set it to be visible false there, but I think I could do up in here when we select our, actually, I don't know if we set it back to null, though. That's the only thing, so... Yeah, I think it's fine. It works. Yeah. I always forget that there's the color picker now. It's kind of awesome. Not gonna lie. Alright. Well, that's been fixed. I'll write it down. Fixed an issue where belt overlays would stay visible when going back to the build menu. Alright. So next bug, I think there was another one that I wanted to fix. Yeah, so it had to do with this one. This is I know that we tried to fix that Defensor by like I know that you changed the actual scene for this info panel, but I think this is the only place in the entire game it happens, so I'm just gonna try and fix it just for the build menu. Because I know exactly how we could do that really easily. So I think I'm gonna do that, just so that we don't have to have that hanging over us anymore. It's already 3 years now since I started my game? Not 3 years, no. It's almost been 2 years. I started developing Starground in like December of 2023. So yeah, just in a few months we'll be coming up on 2 years. Yeah, it's been going good though. I am excited to start working on other games and stuff. It's been really fun working on a maze game and the fishing game and everything, so I've been enjoying that quite a bit. But I still want to finish Starground, so... I've dedicated like 2 hours a day to finding soft music for playlist creation. That would not be like platform specific. Interesting. Finally found Listen Brains. I can look that up. Listen Brains. Yeah, I haven't heard of this. Interesting. Yeah, so it's almost like Spotify in a way. I imagine that you actually have to provide like the files for your songs and stuff. Play licenses. Unless you don't. I don't know. It's like Last FM. I haven't heard of that either. Scrabbles. What is a Scrabble? Stores the song you listen to? Okay. Interesting. Doesn't play it. Okay. Oh, okay, I see. So it's just like, yeah, that makes sense. You already have early access game with Starground? Yeah. I'm working on getting it done. Alright, so let's see here. So this is the menu. It's not this menu, but it's inside of the, building menu? What is it called again? They already make money, yeah. No, it's been nice. I would say Starground has done very well. Way better than what I expected, honestly. Like, launching Starground, I kind of expected, like, maybe $1,000 or something. But it's been a lot more than $1,000, which is epic. I'm not going to give super specific numbers, but I think we're over 10,000 sales now. Which equates to about yeah, I don't want to give the exact amount or anything. But here, let's just do a quick little calculation. There's a lot of like things that take money off of that total though. So like 10,000 times, well, $10. So that would be 100,000 gross, but it's not that much. I wish I had $100,000. But first off, you know, you have to take into account sales and stuff, which is probably about 20% off the top. So then you multiply that by 0.8. Then after that, Steam takes their 30% cut. And then also publisher cuts and stuff like that. And post taxes. I usually end up with about half of this amount. So that gives you a general idea of how much I've made. I mean, it's a nice chunk of cash for sure, but it's not like a, you know, I'm not hitting the US median salary or anything, so it isn't, relatively speaking, that much money. But still, much more than I ever imagined, so I'm always very thankful for that. Yeah, it's been pretty awesome. And that's all thanks to you people, so... So yeah, publisher. We were published by Two Left Thumbs. He actually came to us. We had a Kickstarter up, and it was pretty obvious it wasn't going to get funded. So, he saw our game on there, and posed a publishing deal. So yeah, pretty cool. It's not quite that much, because the thing is, that's like the net. I get like half of that amount back, because I have to pay taxes and also the publisher cut and stuff like that, so it takes a lot off. But yeah, I'd say about half, you know, 23, or not 23,000, like 28,000 net or something like that. But also, that doesn't take into account money I've also paid to, Zach and Max and stuff, so I don't really get as much back as one might imagine. Okay, so this is our info panel right here. What I'm gonna do is just put this into a scroll container, so that if it gets too long, it just starts scrolling. So this is set at 174 minimum size. Let's also do that here. Make that expand. Actually, don't make it expand, I think. We'll figure out what this needs to be. Yeah, we do all that. Now, hopefully... actually, we might have broken this script. Probably. I imagine we need to, you know, reference it again. Yeah, this info panel. I'm just gonna go ahead and export this. So I don't have any issues. I think I can just say type info panel. Yeah. My country, that's money is big. Yeah, I mean, like it varies a lot depending on where you live. I know for some places that's like really good. You could live off that for a few years, but unfortunately in the U.S. it's not a whole lot, which is you know, sucks. But it is what it is. Did I have jury duty? I did not have to go in. My number was not called, so I'm good to go. But yeah, this is what I was saying last stream. Like, most people that get it don't even end up having to go in. Both me and my mom got it, like at the same time, and neither of us had to go in. And also, I didn't have to go in last time either, so... yeah. Who knows, maybe I'll never go in. But yeah. Yo, we got a 5-stream streak. Let's go. Also, you guys deleted you banned a guy. Thank you. I didn't even see the message. Too quick to it. So, hey, Nick Jack. Oh yeah, I was gonna. I forgot. I was gonna reply back to your question. Here, I'll just do it on stream since you're in here now. But yeah, you're asking if I use Godot Steam multiplayer peer. I did. I use a plugin now, because I kept having issues with it. But honestly, I would recommend using it again because they just did a massive change to how it works, and it's way better now. So yes, use Steam multiplayer peer. But yeah, for getting the dedicated servers working, basically it's using the same multiplayer technology as just playing multiplayer regularly. It's just peer-to-peer. But, you know, it works fine. It's good enough. So all I did for that is I just have a different export option in here. You can go to export. Godot has this... also, what is this? Oh, yeah, I'm probably going to need to fix my release templates in here. It's okay. But you can go in here, like for server, and enable on somewhere in here. It's like export as dedicated server. Yeah, right here in export mode. Yeah, export as dedicated server. Now I just export the project just as it is. When you export as dedicated server, it does not launch any UI, and so it just all works from command prompt, you know? Yeah, it's a pretty good way of doing it. It's very easy for me to get set up and re-export it with every update. But yeah. Problem is I kind of can't, but I found out that you can use the plugins with minimal trade-off, so yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, there is the plugin. You can totally use that. The one I'm using right now, which I probably will stop using at some point, is the Espresso Bits multiplayer peer. So this is an option. It does work still on 4.5, I think. I do actually have to test it before I push this update, but you know, this is an option if you want like a plugin version for sure. So, but I'm probably gonna switch away from this soon. Ghost Team released their own plugins. Oh, did they? I thought they said that they were gonna stop supporting that soon or something, unless I'm wrong. There's the Espresso Bits one here, then the regular multiplayer peer. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know where that download is then. Oh, to the Godot Marketplace? Okay. Let's go here really quick and then answer all you other gamers' questions. Is this the real one? Is it out now? Let's go. I didn't know that it's... Is this it? This feels like fake. Okay, the asset library, we'll go there instead. So we want to get Multiplayer peer. Steam. Oh yeah, GD extension. Okay. Okay, so that's just for the server GD extension though, right? Or I guess this is what you'd want. Just Godot Steam GD extension. But the only thing is I don't think this is multiplayer peer. Unless, yeah, I can search for Godot Steam. Yeah, I don't think it's multiplayer peer, so I don't know if that would work. I mean, it just depends on the way that you're programming your multiplayer code. But yeah. Anyway, sorry for not answering any of the other questions. Let's see. Also, welcome in, Ryan. How's it going? Is getting a publisher in the US easy? It's not necessarily easy. I know that some people have gone many months and or years searching for publishers for their game, so I think it really just depends. It was definitely easy in my case, I mean, just because Graham came to us, so there wasn't really anything that I had to do. But it's not always the case. I think that's more of a rare event. I usually think it takes people a lot longer, so there we go. So now that just turns into a scroll bar, and we'll just make it scroll up and down. It'd be the easiest way to do it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's, you know, impossible. I think it's just really important to go into it and know what you want out of a publisher. Like, it's not always a yes or no answer. It's kind of just, it depends on so many different factors for your project. Yeah, it was the main reason to use a publisher. One of the big things that publishers can give you funding, like in advance, you know, so you can have cash on hand to help with development. For some people, that's very important, you know? If you don't have a job or you just need development funds, like you're buying assets or hiring other people outside to do parts of the game, then you kind of have to have funding. In our case, we didn't really need it. Because I didn't really have any expenses. I've never purchased anything for Starground. But yeah, another reason too is obviously just marketing presence. A lot of publishers usually have like marketing people that can help a lot with marketing your game. It just depends, again, on the kind of game though you're doing and stuff. Not every game will benefit from that. I think it also really depends on, like, if your game already has a ton of wish lists and stuff like that, there's not, at least I feel like there's not a huge reason to have a publisher. Because, like, you've already won. Publishers are kind of there to, like, I feel like, to jump up a concept to the next level, you know? I would say that's probably the biggest reason. It's like, you feel like there's potential, but you just don't have the resources yourself to really push it over to the next step. Problem I have with publishers, that a game for me would be a passion project, so I wouldn't really expect to make any money from it since I don't see it as a job. Yeah, no, I mean, that's totally fair. Yeah, if you don't want to make money, then, or don't really care about making money, then I don't think a publisher is a very good fit. Because really, publishers, their goal is to maximize profits for you, but also for themselves. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it for a publisher to do what they do, right? So at the end of the day, that's always going to be the case. But, you know, it just depends. There's a lot of publishers that are very good about, like for example, the Graham. One thing I do appreciate is that I still own 100% of the IP for Starground, and there's been no, like, some publishers kind of tell you how to develop your game or say, like, oh, you need to do this and do this by this time and whatever, but that wasn't the case at all with Graham. It's basically just do whatever you want. Whenever you want. So it's been very, you know, complete freedom, which is nice. I mean, again, it depends on your situation, but most of the time I would say probably, like, if you're thinking about doing a publisher, try and look for one that lets you retain your IP. Just so that you can kind of take it whatever direction you want and aren't locked into anything. You know, worst case scenario, you can just be like, all right, I'm not, you know, we're gonna cancel our contract and you still own the game and can just move on and do whatever. Otherwise, if a publisher takes your IP rights, you're kind of like stuck. If you ever need to, you know, break ties or for whatever reason. And then they also kind of have control over like what the game is because they own the rights to the IP. So, you know, be wary of that. It's not always a terrible thing. I mean, if you're getting a deal with like a really massive publisher, odds are they're gonna want IP rights. Probably mainly as a protection for themselves. So it's not always like a really bad thing, but I think it's just important to keep in mind what it entails. Can you live off Starground full time? It's close. I mean, like, theoretically, right now I'm just living with my parents. I don't really have any like expenses or rent or anything. But if I really had to, I have enough saved up where I could probably, you know, live for at least a few years, maybe 2. If I spend my money right, you know, based off of what I have saved up. But it's definitely not like enough, I would say, to sustain things super long term. I mean, that's why I've got a lot of other games in the pipeline. Starground has made a lot of money. It's been great, but it's not enough for me and also all the other people, like the other big boy gamers in the team. So, you know, ideally I'd like to make a little more. Honestly, if I could just make like US median salary, I'm good to go, you know. That's really my goal. And so I'm not too far off. I think a big thing of releasing games is just the passive income from it. So I'm hopefully I can have like, you know, 5-6 games on Steam, so I just make a bunch in the background without having to focus so hard on actually making money, you know. But yeah. The guy in the Discord sent the save file, returns infinite recursion on check modded on conveyor. Check moded. I'll look at that function. Conveyor did. Interesting. Well, that's probably the crash cause then. Oh, check moved. Okay. So there's an infinite recursion on that, huh? I wonder why there would be. It's definitely interesting. Let's say thanks. So take that over. I'll take a closer look today. All right. But yeah, anyways, big save file I saw. I think, yeah, it's pretty big. It's like a megabyte. It's gotta have a lot of stuff in it. Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at that and see if I can figure out the recursion issue there. But yeah, hopefully that's answered everybody's questions. Sorry that I'm like, hopefully I'm answering everything here. But yeah, and I like kind of answer your questions about the multiplayer peer stuff. Nick Jack, I don't know if I like finished my train of thought. But yeah, basically the dedicated server is just the regular thing. What you can do inside of your code is if you have a dedicated server thing set up, you can check like has feature or whatever. I can't remember. I think it's like project settings.has feature. There's something like that. Then you can check if it's a dedicated server. Let me go check for has feature. It's os.has feature dedicated server. So that way you can do different like you can change your code depending on whether it's a regular game or if it's your dedicated server. So I have a chunk in the game where just on ready, as soon as the game loads up, I have a little piece of code that checks, is it a server? And if so, just automatically start loading a save. So that's exactly what I would do if you have that set up. Even if your game even has saves, it just depends. But yeah. That way you can just, your dedicated server is the exact same project as your main game, and you don't have to maintain 2 separate projects. It just gets really complicated. But yeah, it works pretty well for my use case, at least. Yeah. All right, so this is working with this thing on the right. But the only thing is it doesn't scroll right now, so it kind of just gets chopped off at the bottom. So we're just going to make it that if this does have a scroll bar, it's just going to keep scrolling back and forth. So let's just call this bouncing scroll. We'll just give this a process event, because why not? So we're going to say if... I'm sure there's like a function or thing in here that checks if it has a... if it actually has a scroll bar. So scroll vertical. It's not what we want. Vertical scroll mode could be it. Scroll started. So that's only if scroll mode is auto. I guess we could probably just have it, let's just try this out. Scroll vertical, and is that an int? Equal to mod API, that's sign range. Let's just say time.get ticks milliseconds. I don't know what range this needs to go from, to be honest. Because I don't know if this has like a maximum scroll value. So I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I might be able to say get vertical scroll bar, and then that probably has a, yeah, it's a range, and that has values. Okay, so that's what I can do. So we're going to say get v scroll bar, and then say scroll dot, yeah. Well, it'll be 0. We want to say, like, max value. Whoa, thank you for the hydrate. Very much appreciated. Nice, fam. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I always try to be as helpful as I can. Okay, so why is this saying that it's nothing? Scroll vertical. Do I need to, like, say set scroll vertical or something? I don't know. Let's just save this and then see if it works. I probably need to restart the game. So let's do that. Also, I don't actually want the scroll bar to be visible on this, so maybe I just need to, like... I do want it to scroll. Is there a way to just hide the scroll bar, though? Figure out. Vertical. Never show? Is that what I want? Yeah, scrolling enabled, but scroll bar will be hidden. That's what we want. So let's go see if this works now. So we're into logistics. Whoa. So it is working, but it's way too fast. So never show doesn't seem to work for some reason. What does reserve do? Interesting. Probably use some of your passcode? Oh yeah. I can take a look at that. I think it says that this is too fast, so let's just divide that by 1,000. That does actually work, except the maximum value on the scroll bar is not correct. You can see it, like, hits its max value and then just stops. I don't know why, though, that the scroll bar is still, like, visible. I have it on never show. Never show. Oh, now it works? Maybe it just wasn't saved before. That's probably what it was. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how I'm supposed to know what the maximum scroll is. I can go take a look at your code, Defensor. See, I don't know if you figured that out or not. Let's go see. That's going to be in scrollable ingredients. Let's see here. So let's just see what the new commits are. Add automatic scrolling. Okay, so you just have a timer that increments the ingredient scroll. Interesting. Okay. So you're doing maximum 0, then all this stuff. So you're saying the size Y. Okay. Is that just how much I need to scroll it by? Instead of saying scroll max value, we just say basically the size of our info panel. That's size.y. Let's see if that works. I might have to use that function you were using, like get wrecked. I don't know if that's... What does this return? Position size of the control. We'll see. I wish Godot would not do that. Okay, let's see what this does, though. I don't know if I'll make this a smooth sine wave scroll, because it might be a little annoying to read. But we could change it. No, it's still way too much. Which is odd. Wonder what that amount, like, equates to, you know? So it's not the info panel size. It's probably the size minus... Yeah, that's probably what it is. Like, scrolled at max value minus the size of the info panel. Let's see if that works. Yeah, that just doesn't do anything. So that's not it. Let's see. So what is this maximum value? It's weird that that doesn't seem to work. I don't know why. But you'd think that the maximum value of the scroll bar would be the proper value that we need to go to, right? It's 489. But it's just too much. I don't know why. I mean, you can see, like, in all these other cases where it's not extending too far. It's like, okay, so that one's 278. Interesting. And that one's 390. I guess it's just because, I don't know, it's just odd, though, that it has, like, a value like that. Yeah, I just wish there's some way for me to know actually how much it is. Also, Elite Stomper, welcome in. Is this a game you're doing? Yes, this is called Starground. It's out on Steam right now in early access, but we're just working on some stuff today. Some bug fixes right now for different languages. Yeah, it's sort of a combination between automation and dungeon crawling, so you can fight evil bad guys in the dungeons and then build a factory. The max is this, I think. Okay, so get wrecked. Dot size y minus. Interesting. So the difference between the margin and the scroll container. Okay. Yeah, I'm programming this all inside of GD script. I thought about doing C# in the beginning, but you know, I decided it's just easier to use GD script, so I just started learning it. And honestly, yeah, GD script's pretty convenient. It's pretty nice to use. I haven't had any performance issues caused by GD script. Like, anytime that I've had any performance problem, it's always just because, like, it's my own fault. It's never, you know, the code. Like, the language doesn't necessarily mean it's going to perform poorly. So let's try that and see if that works. But yeah, oops, I opened a thing somehow. Yeah, everything about art, you do it yourself. Yes, I do all of the art by myself. I think almost every single thing in the game is done by me. There's only a couple of like shaders that I have not created. These planet shaders here, I have not created these. These are from just an open source shader for Godot by can't remember, Deepfold. Deepfold planet shader. It's CC0, which is practically public domain. Yeah, it's just a free shader you can use. It's designed in Godot, so it's extremely easy for me to just import the shaders into my project. But you can also export these out as like a sprite sheet and GIF and stuff if you want to use it in other engines. So yeah, but it's a really nice little shader. There's all these different planets you can do. It's pretty cool. Very helpful. You know, having to draw all these and stuff myself would take a million years, so it's pretty annoying. But yeah. Aren't you worried that a game sitting long in early access won't get you much sales on full release? I mean, honestly, the thing with launching a game on Steam is your early access launch is practically your full launch. So it doesn't really matter so much. I'm not expecting Starground to make a bunch more money on full launch. You know, I'm sure it'll have a nice little spike, but it's not going to be anything close to the early access launch, which is fine. It's just the way it is on Steam. So yeah. And I'm not super worried about it. There's games that have been in early access for like 10 years, you know? So it's honestly, I think Starground's early access time frame has been relatively short in comparison. Yeah. Also, looks like that worked, Zafensers. Thank you very much. Yeah. Is this Russian? Yeah, I'm not Russian, but I'm just testing this bug with the basically there's this panel on the side here that you can see moving up and down. With certain languages, it gets too long and then it starts cutting things off, and it's very annoying. So I'm just testing on Russian right now and seeing if I can get that fixed. So now what it does is if the panel gets too tall, it starts scrolling up and down so you can see everything. It doesn't like block everything off. But yeah, it's pretty works pretty well, I think. So yeah, that should work. Also shows you the NPC shops, I think, somewhere in the Space Center. Okay. I can probably just make this scroll container like a scene that we can just use wherever. So that if there are specific spots where that happens with the info panel, we can fix it. Yeah, I can go look inside of the Space Hub, see if we can make it happen there. I don't think it happens with this one. The text does get too tall there, but that's not the same issue. I don't know if actually any of these guys show info panels. I don't think they do. So I don't think... where else would an info panel show up? Because these ones, it just kind of, you know, overlays on top. But it's not really there. I don't know. Didn't have the patience to learn code, and I always get super distracted. Yeah, programming is definitely hard. It's something that takes a lot of repetition, a lot of practice, so... but yeah. You get there eventually, though. It's always good just to start simple, learn the basics, and then slowly start challenging yourself more and more, you know? But yeah. Anyways, you planning on the next game? Yeah, we've already got some games in the pipeline. I've been kind of actually working on them recently. I've got one game that I've been putting a lot of work into. It should be done pretty soon, honestly. It's an idle fishing game. I'll show you guys what it's all about. I've got it open right now. Yeah, this is just a fun little side project, much smaller in scope compared to something like Starground. It's nowhere near finished, but I'm getting a lot of the basics implemented. Let me turn down the volume. basically, it's a fishing game. You can get customers in, and then I need to add aquariums. You go and fish, collect fish, and then put it in your aquariums to make passive income that you can spend on the shop and upgrade your rods and everything. But yeah, I was working a little bit recently on getting the fishing mechanics done. It still needs a lot of work, but you can now cast out. I still need to like implement the actual fishing mini game that appears. You can see that's what that little square is. And I also need to do the animations for the player and everything, but this is the gameplay loop. You fish, collect the fish, return back to your place, and now you have fish. You can either choose to sell your fish or later on display it inside of your aquariums so that you get passive income. But yeah, this is just a little tiny idle game I'm working on. It'll probably be done, I'm assuming, in just a few months. I'm not going to do early access for this one or anything. Yeah, I'm probably going to start like alpha testing with this as soon as it's pretty much playable. It's getting there, but yeah, it still needs work. Okay, I was thinking, your English is crazy good if you're Russian. Yeah, no, I have no idea what any of this says. I mean, I know, like, the menus just because, like, muscle memory or whatever. I know the locations of the things, but I don't know what this actually, like, says. Like, I presume this says building menu, but I can't read it. But yeah. Maybe it's something similar. I don't know, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I'll save this little scroll container as like a reusable scene we can use. So that if we see it pop up somewhere, it's a really easy fix. We just drag in the scroll container and put the info panel under that. So, but yeah, this should work though, I think, for most of these cases when it's like in UIs like these. But yeah. I don't really mind the sine wave scrolling, I guess. It kind of gives you time to read everything since it's pretty slow. So I think it's probably okay. And then for this, it works pretty well. It does make sounds, but I guess that's fine. It doesn't really matter. But yeah. And then, do you ever do 3D games? Yes, I do. So the other game that I'm also working on right now concurrently is called, the working title is Maze Game, but we're trying to come up with a different name, but it's been, I don't know, it's been hard to figure out another name. But basically, this is going to be a roguelite game where you are in this elevator in a maze. You will control these little rovers and send them out to explore and gather up items to bring back to your like home base here. And it's kind of like a survival horror roguelite, essentially. You need to make sure you have enough resources to survive each like level of the maze, the labyrinth or whatever. And then you can bring back parts to upgrade your rovers and make them stronger and better. There's going to be like monsters that generate in the maze. So here, if I launch the game, you can see the maze I'm talking about. But yeah, there'll be scary evil entities that spawn in the maze. We've been just working on some basic stuff so far. Like player interaction stuff. We actually changed sort of the way the game is played. It used to be like a point and click thing where you weren't like an actual player character, but I decided to change it so that you are actually a person that can walk around. Yeah, this is going pretty well though. I just need to keep modeling stuff and like, you know, I need to get the controls for the rovers and all that stuff working, a storage shelf, you know, just piecing everything together. Yeah, it's going pretty good, though. This is also going to be another much smaller game. Honestly, I think Starground was definitely, like, too large of a project. It was probably, like, a little too much work. So I'm trying to aim for other games that are much smaller in scope and way easier for me to implement. Because I want to be able to finish this stuff in a few months and get it released fully and not do early access. Because early access is fine for some kinds of games, but I think the problem that people don't think about very often is early access kind of locks you in. You know. So you do need to keep working on it for a lot longer even after you're done quote unquote, with the game. So it's kind of annoying. Because I do sometimes feel a little trapped working on Starground, where it's like, okay, I have to work on this because it's in early access and I have to finish it. So, yeah, I don't really want to fall into that again. I want to be able to, like, finish a thing in a couple months and then just be done. And say, like, okay, I can work on this more if I want, but I don't necessarily have to. I can go move on and work on other little side projects. But, yeah. Starground for a second release is crazy, to be honest. Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's probably not a very good game to start out with multiplayer, you know, because there's so many systems and stuff, but oh well. The thing though is it was a good learning experience. I learned a lot of things about working on Starground. This is the entity that moves around at the maze. Right now he's just a smiley face, but we're gonna change him later on. But yeah, anyways, that's what this game is. It's still extremely, you know, rough. I've only been really working on this for maybe like a couple days total development time. So it's kind of nothing right now. But yeah, I'll be working on that more though. It's pretty interesting the contrast between the art style of this game of Starground and then this game, Maze game. It's like complete opposites. It's 3D and very like gritty and dark, and then Starground's all bubbly and pixel art. It's such a wild jump, but it'll be fun. I always enjoy kind of exploring different art styles, so I think it's cool. Yeah, make a lot of 3D models in Blender, trying to learn game asset creation stuff. Nice, yeah. That's really good. I think the hardest part about making a 3D game so far has just been the modeling. It's a lot of work. Sometimes with like 2D, you can kind of like get away with things. It doesn't always have to be perfectly like dimensionally accurate. The perspective on a lot of these buildings is like a little slightly off and stuff like that. But the thing is you'll never really notice. It just kind of works. Though the 3D game, if your models are off, it's kind of really ugly. You have to be you can't get away with things. And like what you see here is what you see. Like I don't have to create the inner walls of this building or what this character looks like from behind. You know what I mean? There's you're only having to draw exactly what is visible. So 2D I think can be a lot easier just for that reason. But you know, there's not pros and cons, but certain challenges for either one. I think sometimes animation is a lot easier with 3D because you don't have to like redraw the same thing 5,000 times. But yeah. Didn't I make a game about a train? Yeah, that was a game jam game I did. That was called Coal Keeper. That was a fun little side project. I can open that up. Yeah, it was just a little game jam I did. I don't know if I'm really gonna ever release Coal Keeper or anything. Probably not, unless I came up with a really good idea for it. Or like I really enhanced it somehow, but I don't know. Not sure how I would do that. Let's mute the music when we get in here. Once it loads, if it ever does, ever. Yeah, this is fun working on though. This is the first like finished game that I've done in 3D before. Turn the music off. I've done plenty of other games, but I haven't ever done a like finish a 3D game like this before. So it was definitely a challenge, but it was kind of fun working on. I did learn a lot of things with this too, like just doing general like, you know, player camera movement stuff. Like object interaction, being able to pick up this bucket or this wrench and like do stuff with it. Oh right, I have to go get water first. Yeah, the whole thing with this game is you also Ghost Monk, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. But yeah, this game is you're just managing this train. You have to go make sure you always have plenty of water, otherwise it blows up, and keep refueling it with coal. yeah, just load it up. It's pretty straightforward. There definitely is some balancing issues with this game, but I made this in like 3 days, so I didn't really have a whole lot of time. A lot of it was kind of just me learning about 3D. I definitely wish I had more time to like fix the balancing problems, but you know, it is what it is. 2D only work in 2 dimensions. The extra axis adds a lot more complexity. Yeah, it can. I mean, honestly, a lot of like doing 3D games, I feel like it's been almost the same process as making a 2D game in a lot of ways. Like the third axis doesn't add as much complexity as you might think. It definitely is harder, but like I wouldn't say it's, you know, that much harder. If you've already done 2D stuff, the jump up to 3D isn't that bad. And I've already been modeling 3D objects and stuff before I worked on this first 3D game, so it really wasn't like super hard for me to model these objects and stuff, so that wasn't too much of a challenge. But yeah. Yeah, you can choose cargo you want to bring. Like we could do radioactive waste. Now we have some cargo on board. Causes random damage to my train. So hey, K-Mac, welcome in. How's it going? This one's a classic. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I don't know. Sometimes I always think about like whether I would actually want to fully like develop these games out further and release them, but I just don't know. I don't know if this one really has enough appeal. I mean, there is a pretty big rise in a lot of like simulator games of like, you know, you control this water park or this supermarket, so maybe it would do okay if I kind of focused more on the like simulation aspect of the game. But I don't know, would that actually be fun though? Is it fun to run a train? I think it's more fun for this kind of game to be like a roguelite, which is what I have it kind of set up as right now. You basically get little upgrades and stuff for completing cargo. Oh my god. This game does have some performance issues. I don't know why full screening this has just tanked my computer. I enabled some graphics settings that I kind of regret enabling. I think it's caused a lot of problems. But yeah. I haven't done 2D, went straight into 3D. Yeah. It's definitely, I would say 3D is harder if you're going straight into it for sure. Yeah, like train speed doubles water consumption. We can do that. Yeah, this game isn't too bad though. I think maybe someday I might flesh it out fully and like add more upgrades and stuff, or maybe even like a money system would be kind of nice. It's definitely something I've thought about. I don't know. I was also talking about this like a little while ago. It's like, is it a bad thing to kind of oversaturate your like developer Steam page, you know? Like if you have like 5 games, or like even more than like 5, like hundreds of games on Steam, is that gonna make it like, I don't know. If I release this game and I don't get any reviews, would that kind of taint my developer page? I don't know. I'm not really sure. So that's the only reason why I've been like probably not planning on releasing this fully. Science is training, welcome out for the coal. I know. I had to add some kind of reason to actually walk back and forth. Otherwise you would just stand here and click, click, click. Yeah. I don't know. But maybe one day. Those water consumption again? That's fine. We can do that. Yeah, there's that little wear multiplier on the bottom. That's like how fast my coal and water gets drained. There's a couple mechanics with this game that's a little frustrating. Because, like, basically I implemented this system where your coal continually gets, like, drains faster. But your train also moves slower when your coal gets drained. So it kind of just ends up getting not fun. Because you're just kind of, like, stuck. Like, you basically soft block yourself. Which is not a super great mechanic. I think if I was going to work on this again, I would definitely change that. Maybe so that coal doesn't necessarily link to your train speed. I don't know. But yeah. Let's do raw meat. But I'll stop playing this in a second. I'm just messing around right now. Now we'll stop. But yeah. Anyways, that's what that one's all about. Doing game jams is a very good thing, I think, because like it's a good opportunity to learn about things. Like it basically, like boom, I got that opportunity to develop a 3D game, and it was a very low commitment, just a couple days, you know. It's nice. I don't know why this is complaining that this is not like used. That it's a warning or whatever. Maybe it's because I'm dividing this and that's an integer. No. I have no idea. Or maybe because this is actually returning a float. And scroll vertical is an int. That's probably what it is. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's all good to go now, so I can mark that off as well. Okay. I'm actually going to record a little GIF of this and just show Unskill what I did. Just because why not? So we're going to do screen to GIF. Probably need to update this app. It's been a while. Any updates in Tower Breakout? Yeah, I've been trying to think of I don't know, a third concept, but honestly, it's been pretty challenging, so I think we're probably good to go with the 3 that we do have. Whoa, why is this menu huge? What the? Yeah, I mean, we can probably start kind of deciding in the direction we want to go then, if you'd like to. All right, let me record this and wait for it to go up to the top. Okay. Stop that. Yeah, I was trying to think of like an idea that could work for 3D, just so that we have like a different direction we could take with it, but I think it's I don't know. I don't think 3D will necessarily enhance the game in any meaningful way, and it does make it extremely difficult, I think, to implement the main mechanic, right? So I've been just like, probably stick with 2D. But that's fine. All right, let's crop this really quick. Boom. All right, boom. Now let's save this. Hopefully it's not enormous. Sometimes GIFs get huge. I do love the thing that Steam did recently. They now basically convert their GIFs into videos on Steam, so you can import GIFs that are like 100 megabytes and stuff. It's crazy because it gets compressed down as a video. It's so much better. I'm very happy that they implemented that change, because it was really frustrating. You were always clamped to like 5 megabytes or whatever maximum, which for a GIF is like nothing. So, but yeah, now it just gets converted. What direction out of 3 would you most likely want to go? I mean, honestly, I'm pretty open. I think it really mainly depends on what you want to do. It is your project after all, so. But I could definitely see, like, I think the mining, I know you were saying that the mining one sounded pretty interesting. To me, like, I have a very clear idea of how that could, like, work. And how that game would look compared to the others, I would say. And I also think it's a very easy setting to create. Like, it's, you're in a mine, right? That's our setting. And there's a lot of, like, things we can branch off from that. We could have like some cool kind of cast iron type designs for the UI and stuff. It instantly like puts us in a, you know, a location, a time frame, and like the whole experience thing I was talking about. It's like, it's a very like, yeah, you are the owner of a mining company. It's very obvious and easy to explain. And I think it means that we can still use a lot of the same mechanics, like the tower defense stuff. And the paddle, I also think will still work with all that. And we can do enemies, although I don't know if they're entirely necessary, but that's something that we can figure out later on. And it kind of does take some of the roguelite elements, too, of the other concept, which is that, like, you have limited, like, fuel. So that's kind of the whole roguelite thing right there. So I think it could work pretty well. It's already a kind of game that's been proven before with things like Motherload, right? It's almost the same concept, but it's just focused on a little bit of a different thing. It's like you're not like a player character. It's more of like a... how do I describe it? It's just like a different method of gameplay, but it has a similar like loop, I guess, if that makes sense. I don't know. I think it could be interesting. I mean, but it really just depends on what you want to go with. If you'd prefer to go with one of the other ones, you're totally welcome to, you know, explain your, like, stance or whatever. If you think one is better than the other. But yeah. So let me go post this in suggestions and issues. How hard was it to do multiplayer? Multiplayer is definitely not easy, I'm not gonna lie. I think, though, it's kind of unfair because Starground is already such a complicated game, and then I threw on multiplayer on top of it, because we've already got, like, saving and loading and all these other mechanics that just make it really hard to develop. So I think, like, multiplayer isn't that bad if you're going into it with a very limited scope of just, like, it's all, like, static scenes and stuff. Nothing, like, changes in the world. Numbers can change and stuff, but it's been hard with Starground because you can break the terrain and place things down, and then all those changes to the world has to synchronize on multiplayer. Like, for example, something like an FPS is way easier because the world is like a static thing. It's just you plop the people in it and register inputs, and the multiplayer part is done. So it's not really that bad. I think Godot has a pretty good multiplayer system with the whole like spawner and synchronizer nodes. It works pretty well once you've kind of messed with it for a while and learned all the quirks. Yeah, if you're thinking about doing multiplayer, I would say it's a pretty good option for sure. I've done other little side projects with multiplayer stuff, and it's been so much easier. It's kind of insane. It's only so hard with Starground because of all the other things. But yeah. Oops. Be ready for 0.15. Okay. We got ads starting in a minute. My apologies. Those will be over soon. Are there any specific tutorials that explain it well that you saw except for the generic usual YouTube stuff? I would definitely go through the tutorial in the Godot documentation. I don't know if they have actually a tutorial for multiplayer. I'll wait for the ads to end before I start talking about this, but they might actually in here. See, I don't know if you're getting ads or not, Zafencer. I'm gonna wait for ads to end before I answer all this stuff. Yeah, let's look in here. I think there's probably... I know there's, like, tutorial stuff. There is a networking tutorial in here. Yeah, they do have a bit of an overview. So... You're good? Okay. Yeah, still like the original concept because I think it innovates the tower defense genre pretty well. It's been in my mind for several months. The mining concept also sounds good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea. The only thing I would say that's kind of I suppose problematic or whatever is like, I just feel like it's like I said in that document I wrote up, it's difficult to explain. I've just been thinking about that a lot. Like all the games I've been trying to work on recently, I've been focusing on making them as easy as possible to understand. Because really, I think that's one of the mistakes that I made with Starground is it's so hard for me to describe. Like I have to be like, well, it's a sandbox, but it's got this element, it's kind of this and this merged together, but it's also this. I guess I just worry that it might be tricky to explain all that stuff with the original concept. I do think the combination of like tower defense breakout stuff is interesting. But I don't know. I feel like we can still like do that concept basically with the mining game. Well, it's not that the gameplay is hard to explain. I guess it's like this is another thing too, is I don't think games where it's like this plus this really works very well, because that's essentially what we did a little bit with Pogo Rocket, and that was a complete failure. This game was very focused on mechanics like that. And from what I've seen, I don't think people care very much about mechanics. Right? Because this is old, you're a platformer, but you're a Pogo Rocket. You're a Pogo Stick platformer. So I was trying to merge these two things together, but it's kind of, like, you can understand the mechanics at a base level, but I think the problem is it's very important to be able to explain, like, the experience of, you know, playing with those mechanics. And that's what I failed at with this. I don't know. I do think the mechanics are interesting, but it has to be, like, wrapped inside of an experience, you know? I don't know. At least that's just how I feel. Also, ads are probably over. My apologies. Yeah, really quick. So yeah, are there any specific tutorials? I would recommend taking a look at the Godot documentation. There's a section here under manual. You can go to networking, and it has a bunch of information on here on how to do the networking in here. So it's got like information here on like just going over everything, how the core of the high level multiplayer works, like even example code snippets and stuff like this, for like the IP address and port, and how to actually get like the server and client created and connected to each other. So yeah, this is a really good resource. It's not as step-by-step as something like a video, obviously, but it's a really good overview. It gives you like a big example lobby script, how everything would sort of work here. So definitely take a look at this. It's very helpful. And then it also talks about the other ones. I would probably stick with high-level multiplayer, but it does go over HTTP requests and certificates and WebSockets and stuff like that. But yeah. Yeah, that's probably, I mean, other than YouTube videos, I'd say that's probably the most useful resource I've found. There's some pretty good tutorials out there, but keep in mind that multiplayer stuff has changed. Like, a lot of the older Godot 3 tutorials are completely out of date, so you have to be careful. I would avoid those ones, because you'll just end up getting confused. I know that I did a bunch, so. Yeah. So, hey, Kinkles, welcome in. How's it going? We're getting at, I could try do some playable demo if it would work. Right now it's almost playable. Yeah, I mean, if you want to fully flesh out like a working prototype, you're totally welcome to. I mean, we can keep tinkering with the concept and work on something that would kind of, I think, fulfill both of our requirements, you know? Just because we have those two concepts written down doesn't mean that we necessarily have to go with one of those. Like, we can try and merge the parts that we need out of them, right? so that we end up with a concept we're both happy with. Because I don't want to, like, take your original game concept and try and turn it into something that you don't want it to be, right? I definitely want to avoid that, so I think my biggest priority is that you're actually happy with the direction the project takes, so I'm totally happy to, like, compromise and keep coming up with concepts until we land on something that works. But yeah. I got to go. Good talking to you, man. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you so much for popping into the stream. I appreciate it. But yeah, have a good rest of your day and or night. Good. Did you figure the bug out? Let's see. What was that? Oh yeah, that was your ghost bug. Yeah, I got that all figured out. It was a pretty easy fix. I'll show you it working. All it was is that I just wasn't setting the visibility of the little overlay thing properly. Yeah, now when you place it down and you hit B on the build menu, whoops, like that, boom, it's gone, so it doesn't show up anymore. So yeah, it seems to be working just fine. But yeah, thanks for reporting that. I had no idea that was in the game, actually, so. But yeah. Should be good to go for 0.15. We're gonna try and get that experimental up soon. I know I've said it like 1,000 times, but I mean it, I promise, I really want to. It's just, I've been so busy this week. I keep having things that pop up that I'm just not expecting, and I'm like, oh my god, I have like no time to work on anything. I feel bad about it, but it is what it is, I guess. Okay, so that's set up. Alright, cat boss. Yeah, I got you. I mean, I also don't know if it fully works since it was never prototyped. Yeah, it's totally fair. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's really no rush, I would say. Like, I don't think we need to jump into immediately finalizing a concept. I mean, of course we have to eventually, but I think we should just take our time. I wish I spent more time thinking about, like, the design of Starground before I fully went ahead with it. Because there were things that popped up I didn't realize would be annoying or problematic, and I think if I spent more time thinking about it, I probably would have realized. But yeah, let's just take our time with it, I say. What about the Waterland animals? I haven't fixed that one yet. It's a little, like, tricky because it has to do with the physics system of Godot and stuff, and like the way that I do all of the object checking. So that's something I'm really gonna have to dive into a lot more. It's not just a simple one-line fix. Yeah, I'm gonna have to experiment with that a lot and like see what actually is the cause for that bug. But I will try and figure that one out eventually. Yeah, you're totally welcome to put that in the issues forum, just so that we have that there. But yeah. Okay, so that should be fixed. Alright. So this is our funny cat guy. We've got a lot of his attacks implemented already. We got spawning of enemies, we got the bombs and the laser. I don't think we had a whole lot else planned out in terms of his attacks. If I go look at the board again. I know we had a whole segment planned out on the board, which is that he would go on foot and kind of like roll around and scratch the player. Because his tower would crumble. I don't know if that's something that we still want to do or not entirely. I don't know. But good. Ooh. The board is so slow. But yeah, this is all the stuff we got here. We did the bombs and the laser and all that business. We do have some other stuff in here, like at half health, he slows down because his thing breaks, so I might do that. And then at like really low health, his whole tower crumbles apart, and that he's like on foot, runs around and attacks you with the laser and like a scratch attack. So I mean, we could implement that. I don't know if I'll focus on that though, because really my focus is getting the experimental branch up. It's not necessary for me to implement that attack yet. I think I'm just going to work on getting the animation set up, and then I think we're good to go. Then do the experimental branch, and we can mess around. It's weird because, like, when the animals are in the way and you try to place a land tile, it won't let you place it. But if you, yeah, span the land tiles and hold down the mouse button, yeah, it's kind of funny how that works. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta figure out why it's happening. Because it should be doing a check right then and there for collisions. Might just have something to do with, like, physics stuff. So we'll have to see. Well, I wish I had unlimited time. If you want to go... find a publisher with me. I have basically 3 months. I don't. Oh, you don't have a job right now? Yeah. Yeah. I mean. Yeah. I mean, we can definitely go that route of like getting a publisher and stuff. Yeah. I mean, if you have like a time that you'd ideally like to get this done by, then you know we can kind of start expediting things. Because I've got extra time on the side. I'm down to really grind out stuff on this project, so... But yeah. I think it's also really important, something is like, to think about what is the easiest concept. Because I'll be honest, I think that's something that is undervalued sometimes. A lot of the times, a game, even if it's simpler, will do better just because it's more polished. There's a lot of games I've seen on Steam that are it's such a little tiny baby game with barely like an hour of content, but because it's so highly polished, it's a really solid game. I think that matters more to people. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's concept stuff like this is hard. It's always such a complicated thing to generate game ideas. There's so many different factors that go into it. It's like you want to add cool things, but you also don't want to spend too long developing it. And that's a lot. But yeah, I'll definitely think it over. I think what would be important is like, if you have like a list of things you'd really like to make sure gets put into the final like project, I think that's important to know. If we both have like hard requirements for what the concept needs to be, I think it's going to help us a lot. So maybe what we do is like take elements of both concepts that we like and then form them into one that, you know, fulfills all our requirements. So I can start working on that. I'll make like a list of the things that I think would be really important, at least for me. And if you want, you can do the same, just so that we have a more solid idea of what the concept we need to actually create, you know? So you're welcome to do that. Had a massive shark on the land. It was great. I ended up beating it with my fists. Yeah. Oh, man. Just trying to collab on a game project. Yeah, we're messing around with some ideas right now. Zafencer had this concept for a game that's like basically a combination between a tower defense and a breakout game, with like how you have the paddle and the balls bounce and hits the blocks. I think it could be a cool game. We're just trying to land on a concept that kind of you know, does all the things that we want it to do. We hit all our requirements. But yeah, we're just in the ideation phase right now. I'm making a game for Udemy, and the game is done, but now lesson planning, even as a teacher, it's overwhelming. And you have to be considerate at most stages. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard. Game development's hard. There's so many, every single stage of game development is really hard. Like initial coming up with the idea, like the early stages of development, creating all the core systems, and then also like the final polishing stage and release. It's a lot. So yeah. It's probably one of the most like involved disciplines you could ever get involved with, you know? It's crazy. Let me do the prototype. The wave system is done. There's not that many things that need to be done to be playable. All right. Yeah, you're totally welcome to. I think we should still do the list of like hard requirements for sure. But yeah, if you want to do the prototype, no problem with that. No. But then, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the plan is if anybody else is gonna help. At least for right now, I don't think there is. That's like that. Never mind. I'll push that back down. Yeah, I think a confused tutorial hell with actually just needing to learn everything. Yeah, it's a lot. That's like, I think one thing that assets can actually be kind of good for is the initial learning process. Because it gives you an opportunity to focus on certain things without getting overwhelmed. Like, you can just use temporary art assets online, like from some asset pack, and then just focus on learning how to program and stuff like that. Yeah. Definitely wouldn't be a bad way to go about it. Yeah, what's the best way to learn Godot? I think what's the most important part about learning Godot is trying to get off of the needing tutorials as soon as possible. Because tutorials, they're great for learning the concepts, but they're really a crutch. It kind of trains you to like not know how to go off by yourself and implement your own things. Because I mean, I've felt this a bunch when I first started with game development like 10 years ago, and I was like 12 or whatever. Because I would like constantly like, I felt like everything that I wanted to add into my game, I needed a tutorial for. I just didn't understand, like, I was like trapped. That's why they call it tutorial hell, right? So it's so important. I think even if it's frustrating or difficult, it's like, just start experimenting with things without using any tutorial. It's fine to look things up and try and solve problems, of course. I do that all the time. But I would recommend not watching a complete tutorial on the thing that you need to implement. It's really important to start developing your own skills of how to design things yourself. You know, I'm saying all this is, of course, yeah, easier said than done. But I think it's what's enabled me to develop games easily and fast, is not having to rely on somebody telling me how to do it. So, watch me, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm always here to help with stuff. If anybody has questions about specifics, I'm down to dive into it. But yeah. Only when you go into a game solo without following tutorials when you learn most. Yeah, that's the times when I've really gotten a lot out of it. Like, I mean, yeah, Starground has been such a massive learning experience. I've discovered so many things about Godot, and it's been crazy. And also just like design patterns, like how do you do like item storage and inventories and multiplayer, and I've come up with a lot of good solutions. It hasn't always been the best solution, you know, but then I start to realize that, like, it's good to be disappointed in your old code because it means that you've now understood a better way to do it. You know what I mean? So, like with Starground, I used to store all of the items just like attached in the inventory. So the way it was stored was like, if I open up a little whiteboard here. So like in our inventory, we have our grid of slots. It's just an array, right? So each slot has like a little data entry. And what I would store in here before was all of the information about the item. So the name of the item, the icon, the description. But here's the problem. I realized, okay, I want to update the game and change this item. I now have to loop through every single inventory in the entire game to update the item. And also, if I want to change the name, well, now it's become a different item. So it's very problematic. So I realized later on, like, well, what would be a better system actually is we only store a couple things. I'll say, hey, Divine Wind, thank you for the follow. So now what I store in Starground is an ID. And IDs never change. And then also the amount of the item. So like there's 2 items in this slot. And the ID is whatever. And then I use that ID to get the information. So I have like a lookup table over here. And this has a bunch of other dictionaries with data inside of them. So I'll say like, okay, this ID is whatever, stone. Stone, and it has all this other information, the sprite, the whatever, all the other info about the item. So it's just a much better way to design an inventory system. But this is one example of little things like that. You just start to pick up on you know, issues with the ways you've done things and then how to do it better. So it's not even a bad thing if you do things wrong. It's fine. I would say work on small little tiny games so that when you do inevitably mess up, it's not such a big deal because you can just do better for the next project, right? It sucked with Starground because I had to go back through and fix all of that stuff, and it's a lot of work to change things like that. So it'd definitely be easier to, you know, not have to make those changes. It'll say, consistency is key. You could spend a week learning a topic, take time off, and have to relearn it all. Yeah. Doing just a little bit every day is really important. I think it helps you kind of like stay on track and remember the things that you've done, and also like comment things, leave comments. I don't really leave a ton of comments because I feel like the more I program, the more I don't need to, just because I can understand what the code is doing better. But it is really important, I would say, especially starting off early, is just that you don't forget what your code is doing. So like, for example, in create start explosions, I mean, it's pretty obvious based off the name of the function, but you could just say like, creates a tween to do 5 successive explosions, you know? Then calls the death end function. Like, it only takes you like 5 seconds to write this comment, but when you come back and look at this chunk of code in a year's time, it just instantly helps you understand what's happening here. So, comments are very good too. Definitely recommend that. To be honest, ChatGPT helped me a lot by asking it why is something done that way or the other. Yeah, don't ask it to do the thing for you. Yeah, I mean, I think AI can work well as an assistant or an aid, a tool, right? But I see a lot of people, vibe coders, you know, that only use ChatGPT to write all of their code, and then it just becomes a constant having to fix all the mistakes. And it usually doesn't scale up very well. If you ever want to make a more complicated project, like something like Starground, there's no way AI can do this. It just doesn't understand the context of everything. It can do this little isolated thing, this little block of code, but then if you ask it to design an entire game and code the entire game, it just won't know how. It's going to be a disaster. So yeah. That was me for a while. It's also like, it's going so hard in on learning a topic, but the moment I took a break and tried to come back, I forgot most of it. Yeah. Oh, I totally understand that. Yeah. I think it's just, it's important to continually apply your knowledge. I feel like, to me, in a lot of ways, it's a little bit like riding a bike, where if you haven't ridden your bike for 2 years, it's going to be, you're going to have a moment where it's like hard to get past those first few cycles or whatever, but you start to pick it back up really quickly. You start to kind of, it's almost like muscle memory in your brain. You start to remember things. And there's definitely, like I was saying, with leaving comments and stuff, there's ways to help get you back on track faster. Little reminders and explanations for things. But yeah, I would definitely say comments would help with that issue a lot, just forgetting things. So, but yeah. And there's things I forget all the time about programming and stuff. One thing that always helps a lot with that issue as well, I find, is like, if I forget how an object works, like let's say I forget everything about a Node 2D, documentation is so incredibly helpful. Being fluent in what all this stuff means is super good, because I can just control click on this, or whatever engine you're using should have documentation. You've got all the properties and methods, and it tells me everything about this object in this class. I now remember, like, oh right, global position is the property I'm thinking of, or rotation, and all these functions. Oh yeah, toLocal is what I need. You know, it's a super easy way to remember these things and give yourself a little reminder. But yeah. Just check the game, looks cool. Always wanted to make a fun belt game, but as much as I try, I can't get any sort of belt system going. Yeah, I think the way that I've done it, I try and break it up into as simple as a problem as I can create. So literally, with the belts in Starground, I just think, okay, each thing is a tile. You have this grid of tiles, and each conveyor can store one item at a time. So all you need to really do is just have some kind of way to add an item. You have a variable attached to each conveyor here, and this is your item. So it's either empty or it has an item. That's it there. And then each conveyor has a direction that it's facing, right? So this one's facing to the right, let's say. So then all you really need to do is just say every second or whatever, this item gets pushed over in its direction. It does a check. Is there a conveyor here? And is it empty? If so, move the item over. And that's literally it for my conveyor belt code. I think the challenge with conveyor belts is just performance. Because in games like this, typically you're placing down like 1 million of these conveyor belts, so... But I wouldn't worry about that so much, at least starting out. The first priority is just getting the basic functionality working. The way I do it is I have an object called a mover in Starground. And this basically just takes an item in from a building and puts it onto a conveyor, right? So that's all I really do there. It's pretty straightforward. It just checks, is there a building behind me? If there is and it has an item, put the item onto the conveyor. So yeah, it's just breaking it up into tiny little ifs like that. If this thing, then do that thing. I mean, that's just programming, but you know, for conveyor belts, it's easy to overcomplicate everything. But really, when you think about what conveyor belts do, it's not too bad. They just go from one place to the next place, over and over and over. Comments I'm good at, I always do them. Past computer science classes, university, legit get dinged for not commenting and organizing our code. Yeah, I had a couple classes like that. But yeah, it's good though to definitely learn that skill, to be able to comment things. Especially when you start working with other people too. It's pretty important because not everybody's going to go into this with the context that you have for the project, so but yeah. Things will take another go at it. Yeah, I mean, if you have any questions or issues or anything, totally welcome to pop in a stream, and I'm happy to help. I don't know if you're programming with GDScript or not, but, you know, let me know if you need anything, and I can help out. Because I've messed with conveyors quite a bit working on Starground. I have a relatively solid idea of how it works. I don't know how to ride a bike. Yeah. It's not too bad. You kind of just have to... I don't know. With stuff like that, like riding a bike or like... I don't know how to skateboard, but I imagine it's the same thing. It just kind of clicks eventually. Just got to keep trying. That's a little bit how programming is, honestly. Like, it's going to feel initially like you don't know what's going on or you're not really learning anything. And that the things you're learning aren't really lasting. But that feeling starts to, it kind of like exponentially disappears. The next project and the next one after that, you just start to, things go way smoother and you stop forgetting things as much because you've just repeated them enough. That it's kind of more deep-seated in your head. At least that's what I feel like when I program. A couple years ago, I was taking a course and one student just kept putting the code in Unity from ChatGPT without understanding what it does. Oh, yeah. Sound itself is fairly easy as long as you gave it some thought. Yeah. There's been a lot of projects like that that I did in university where like I would do everything without AI and my friends kept using AI and I'm like, it's not really that hard, guys. You're shooting yourselves in the foot. This is crazy. I don't know. That's always AI is kind of like a siren. It's this promise of like making your life easy. But then you start using it and the mask is ripped away and you realize, oh, this doesn't actually help me that much. So, not that AI is bad, but I think it's important to understand its limitations. It's not a cure-all, you know. There's things that it just can't do very well. I live by it. It's not understandable without comments. Then you need to name the variables and functions better. Yeah. Oh, you live by if it's not understandable. Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. I try and keep my variable names and stuff pretty understandable, even if it means that they end up being longer. I really hate when people like, you know, name stuff like var d and var e, because like that doesn't mean anything. I always try and make my variables like an actual description of what it is. So like var laser active, it's pretty obvious what this stands for, right? Is the laser active on this boss or is it not, right? So yeah, naming stuff is actually more important than you think. It makes code much more readable. And same with function names. Never do a function that's like function G, because it's just like, what does that even mean? Right? It's bad practice. I used to do that when I sucked at programming, but I slowly realized, oh, this is just making everything impossible to read. But yeah. Unity for Udemy tutorials, but Godot plus C# for my Steam game. Oh, okay, nice. You're doing fit games for Udemy, then your own game for Steam. That's cool. Long variable names are fine. You don't work in a 4.3 CRT monitor? Exactly, yeah. I don't really mind long variable names. It's not like we're using Vim or something. I mean, maybe some people are, but, you know, it's easy enough just to scroll over. I mean, whenever a line gets too long, it's not that bad. You could just break this up. You know, instead of saying moving points, pick random global position, you could just say var point is that, and then set that to point, you know what I mean? So there's ways to get around that pretty easily. So yeah, for your Steam game general ideas done. Assets, and I'm learning Godot for that now. Nice, that's awesome. Less need for comments when you use names to make sense. Yeah, for sure. I think they're all just useful tools. Like, if you do variable names and functions that make sense and comments on top of it, it's extremely easy to understand your code. It's just every little layer of that helps, I think. Yeah, I don't bother commenting just because I'm lazy and don't care, but you know, it probably would help if I did. Oh, what's my preferred name to, or way to name things? I like doing a camel case for naming variables. It's what I'm used to with stuff like C#. And I just like the fact that these are more instantly recognizable compared to like a function name. Like functions, I always do a snake case, which is with like underscores, right? So function, here is my function. But then the problem is if you also do your variables the exact same way, here is my var. I feel like it's a little too at a quick glance, it's like, is that a function or is that a variable? I mean, I know it's easy enough to read the parentheses, but I just like having the contrast, right? At least to me, there's a very instant, obvious difference. Like, this is a variable and this is my function, so. But yeah. I know it's not technically in line with the Godot naming conventions, but yeah, I just prefer it though. I just like the look of it better, and it's how I've always done it before now. It's the way I've done it in like Java and C# and everything, every language I've really ever programmed in. But yeah. Comments have the problem that if you change the code, you also need to change the comments. Yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah, I mean, I don't think comments are a perfect solution. You do have to be weary of stuff like that, but it can be helpful. I would recommend it if you specifically have a problem with forgetting your old code, but otherwise, if it's not a problem, then you kind of don't really need them, I would say. But yeah. Yeah, it's funny cat boss. We do need to animate him. But I hate animating big sprites like him. It's always so annoying. Camel case is beautiful. I hate snake and like sloppy, but I use it to differentiate vars and functions. Yeah, that's exactly what I do, right? Snake case for functions, camel case for variables. I don't know. I also think typing out things in camel case is faster, in my opinion. Because whenever I do snake case, I have to press shift and then press underscore and then go back to typing letters. Like, when I'm typing in camel case, it's just done. Like, I just capitalize a letter and I don't have to like stop my flow. I mean, I don't really like care about speed at which I write things, because most of the time it's the time you spend programming more has to do with design, I think, than actual typing time. But every little bit does add up, though, I think. All right, so let's animate this funny guy. It's going to be annoying. Let's go back to the Starground project. Oh yeah, I also do need to... Hold on. I forgot. I just wrote down I need to bring it up in the meeting tomorrow about the name for the cat boss in Starground, because I still don't know what he's going to be called. Alright, let's just make this like a 4-frame. I don't want to do more than that, so... I usually don't do more than 4-frame unless there's a really good reason to, so... Let's do 1 subdivision. What's his horizontal width? 64. Alrighty. Is GDScript picky with indentation? Yeah. You have to be careful with indentation. It's the syntax in GDScript, I would say, is almost identical to Python. There's a couple of things that are a little different, but it mainly has to do with like the functions and stuff that you use in GDScript versus Python. But yeah. Okay, I think we'll have 2 frames where his tower's lower, so we're gonna do these 2. So select all the stuff. That should be good there. And then this one, boom, bop. Okay, so I think for the motion of this, we're going to have... The tower is going to go up and down in line with the people, the little guys down here. And then we're also going to do some animation of the actual cat boss up in his tower. Probably do like some tail flapping. His hat will bounce up and down, him breathing, stuff like that. Should be good. And then these guys, I don't think their animation is going to be super crazy. I might just give them a little bit of like a tiny bit of a walk cycle. Let's see what that looks like. Dyslexic and dysgraphic. Programming is definitely more about the design than how fast you type. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Like, type speed really doesn't matter. It's, has very little to do with your ability to program. I've seen some people say before that, like, typing speed matters, but yeah, it doesn't. I think that's the kind of thing that a non-programmer says to try and sound impressive. Is like, I can type it 200 words per minute, but it really means nothing to me. When I hear that, I'm like, okay. Oops. See, I think this is all we're going to do for his little walk animation. It really doesn't have to be super complicated, so... God dang it, Krita. Some things about Krita that are a little annoying. I always have to, like, click again for some reason after selecting a region to delete pixels. I really don't know why it does that. It's a little frustrating. Okay, cat boss tower moving. And we also need to do an idle animation for this guy also, which is annoying, but it's whatever. I haven't heard of a dysgraphic before. What is that? Dysgraphia. And written expression. Interesting. What's my favorite music besides Starground music? Starground music isn't really like my favorite genre or anything. But yeah, I would say, I mean, honestly, I like a very wide variety of music. My, like, library is insane. Like, there's so many different kinds of music. I have, like, music that's like 100 years old. like Ink Spot's music because it's just epic. I've got brand new stuff, you know, last 5 years, a couple of 80s. I'm honestly, I'm very varied, I think, when it comes to my taste in music. Show you, I can. It's kind of, I've never showed anybody my playlist before, but, yeah, it's loading up. All right, let's see what this looks like so far. Okay, so that's a okay first step. I realized though that actually the bar that these guys are attached to needs to also go down. So that's a little annoying. I wish I did that already, but okay. Let's get started. Because all this stuff needs to move down. I'm just going to move one down and just copy it over. Okay. So I think that's everything that needs to move. So that all goes down by a pixel. Let's see here. I should be extending past one like that, yeah. Oh, I actually just made an error. Let's fix that. Then I'm trying to think of where the... Okay, so that's the ear. So we'll do like that for the hand. Oh, then this is also messed up. And I went too far with it. Okay. I think that's correct. Now let's, actually, before I do that, though. There's like, they have these little, like, arm joints, so... These will, kind of bend down. Let's see. Oops. Oh, wait, no, these are, yeah. Let's see there. Okay, now I can copy this over. The only thing is I didn't actually make the guys in the back move at all. They aren't very visible, but you can see a little bit of them, so I do need to go and do that. Just fix all these. Okay, resave it. Let's just take a look really quick now. Should be better. Yeah, that's better. Okay, my playlist. This is my ultimate big playlist. Any song that I think is interesting, I put in here. It's not that many songs. I don't really like to show people my playlist. I don't know. It feels private. But there's a bunch of stuff in here. I do some classical music and stuff. But these are all my songs. I do have a lot of no word in here. As time goes on, I remove more and more of them, though, for more variety. This playlist started off as just being pretty much just no word music, but then over time I've been like, all right, I'm taking all these out. Holy grandpa. Yeah. I've got some pretty old songs. I guess classical music is pretty old. It's like hundreds of years old. But yeah, anyways, that's my playlist. It's a lot of random stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, I never show anybody my playlist. Not even like my family. I don't ever play it to anybody except for me. I don't know. It just seems, I don't know why I feel that way. I guess I feel embarrassed by my taste. I don't know. Don't know many of those artists. It's pretty, it's a lot of different people. Almost every single song I have in my playlist is a different artist. Really, most of the time, whenever I add a song to my playlist, I just like hear it randomly out and about in the universe somewhere, you know? Like I hear it in a movie or something, and I'm just like, that's a neat song, and then I add it. So, Yeah, it's pretty varied. I don't know if I could really say I have a specific taste in music, because I kind of don't. I like almost every genre of music. I would say maybe some of the only genres I don't typically ever listen to is like country music or rap. I just personally don't, I don't know. It's not that I have like a stigma against them. I just haven't found any specific tracks that I enjoy the sound of, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, with me adding music, it hasn't really nothing to do with the genre. It's all just sound. So. But yeah. You can judge mine if it makes you feel better. I can take a look. Oh, you got a bunch of different playlists. I'll see if I recognize any of these. Let's go to Unsorted. MGMT is pretty epic. I do want to add more MGMT songs. Breakbot's pretty good. Some of these are pretty epic. Daft Punk is epic. I need to add more music. I think the thing that I like more so than just listening to music I like is different music. I like variety a lot. So, yeah, these are all pretty good. Yeah, these are all good. I really don't ever judge anybody for their music choices, because to me, music is kind of like color, where it's like colors are just... I mean, I like the color blue, but like every single color has like a use case. And just speaking in terms of art, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's not like I think green is a bad color because I like blue. You know what I mean? And I feel the exact same way about like music stuff, where it's like I like almost every kind of music. I think just depends on how I'm feeling that day. Like some days I want a burger, and then some days I want a pizza, you know? But I like both of them just as much, I think. That's how I feel about music. Seen so many new bands because Spotify. Yeah, Spotify's been really nice for finding new music. Because you can just go to like the homepage and just... They have like all the discovery libraries, and it's nice. That's something I do like about it. Oh, what? It didn't copy over his feet, I guess. Okay, that should be all good now. Let's make sure this is all fixed. Okay, now that's wrong somehow. Let's see. Bop, bop, bop. Oh. I do love Plants vs. Zombies music. It goes hard. But yeah, let's see in here. That was a good melody. I listened. Yeah. I do like jazzy sounding songs a lot. I really like diminished chords and stuff like that. It's pretty good. I listen to old rock and French house / house mainly. I don't really even know like what house music is. I probably have a couple that's house. I'm really poorly versed in genres. House music. Electronic dance music. Okay. I think I like the band Life on Venus. Oh yeah. No, you're never totally fine to suggest things. I do like it when people suggest me new kinds of music, because I like to explore and, you know, listen. I like to experiment or whatever. Yeah, that's why I want to know your music. Yeah. I don't speak Spanish at all, but I've had a small kick for classic Spanish music. Oh yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I go through a lot of like what's the word for that? Phases or whatever with music. Where like for like a month I'll be super into a specific kind of music, and then I'm just like, all right, I want something else, you know? I do that all the time. Let's see, so this goes down. So here he's gonna stay there and then go up. So this one, his head will be down. I'm just thinking about animation stuff here. Let's actually not do that one. Let's do up to there. So his head will go down and then up to normal. And then, let's see, up there and then down over here again. Whenever I animate stuff, I try and keep it kind of purposely disjointed so that it has more motion. If you animate everything where it's like everything moves in one chunk, it's very robotic. Like you'll see what I just did there with the cat. Now he's kind of his head is like animating offset to the movement of the tower. I kind of do it like in a way to where it's almost like this has an effect on his movement up here. It has like some lag where like if I push something here, it waits a frame until this gets pushed over. So you kind of get like a wave effect instead of it just moving in one block like that, right? It just makes things feel a little more real and natural, I think. I don't know. I'm not an animator, but I guess I've animated quite a bit. Plants vs. Zombies doesn't have copyright. It does, but it doesn't seem to really cause any issue with me on YouTube. I think it's mainly because it's like a game soundtrack. I don't know why I say track. So it doesn't they never take further action other than just not monetizing my videos, but since I don't get monetized anyways, it kind of doesn't matter if I use Plants vs. Zombies music. And I think this tail will be kind of like whipped up a little bit. Let's see, I think this will be like that. And this would be more over to the side. I don't know if this is gonna look good, but we'll see. I'll do all this first and then outline it after. And then here, like his tail would kind of like whip down, so it will be rotated, but like more set in, and then just the tip is like rotated up. If that makes any sense. Sometimes I feel like a madman trying to explain what I'm doing. So thank you for the follow, Blankstar. Appreciate it. I'm like saying all these things that make sense in my head, but then I like think about it for a minute. I'm like, what am I even saying? All right. Let's see what that looks like for his tail. It should just be a little slow animation. Yeah, that works. That's all I wanted. Nothing crazy. Although this frame from here to here is quite a jump. So let's make a change here like that. That should help. Outline it. Realize that's not outlined. All right. Let's check that out. I also do want his hat to move also separately from his head and stuff. Yeah, that works. All right, so now I'm going to go animate his hat. Yeah, this is always how I animate, at least just like idle and walking poses and stuff like this. I just kind of do it in like objects. So like his head goes down here, so I'm going to have his hat raised up. Actually, yeah. So his hat here will go up, because that's the first frame that his head... Oh, no, that's the second frame his head goes down. Okay, so keep that one there. Then this frame, his hat goes down. Also, we're probably going to switch here to Voices of the Void. Just a minute. I just want to get this animation kind of done. His hat goes down. Let's fix some outlining. Let's fix his eye. And then its neutral position. Let's see. Yeah. Then here, when his head first goes down. Wait, did I do this right? When his head comes up, it's down. Yeah. And then when his head goes down, the hat comes up. I think this is what I want. Let's see if this is right, though. I'm just going to save that really quick, check the animation, see if that's what I wanted. No, that's not what I want at all. Let's undo that. You do have to be careful about avoiding stuff like that, which is that if you have like two things with opposite animations, you don't want them to like counteract so that things just don't move. Because you can see this goes up, down, down, medium. Actually, yeah, that should be okay. Oh, that's because his whole head moves down. I was like, yeah. But then what is that one? I guess I made that one go up. Here, let's see what this looks like. Get out of here, maze game. And you. Okay. I do want a little bit of animation on this. I think when his... Maybe when his head first goes down, his hat actually... Let's see, how do I want to do this? Because I don't want to... Like here I would make his hat go up even more, just to emphasize that frame. I could. It'll kind of squish it a little bit, which is unfortunate. So now I have to make it kind of work. But we could just like do that, and it should be okay, I think. Let's see. Should have a little more black, I think. See how that looks. That works okay. I need to do a little bit of like anti-aliasing on the hat up here though. Maybe since it's kind of crinkling inwards, I would actually go like this and bring it down. Maybe same over here. And that would be a darker gray. Let's go with like... Don't have the darker gray, do I? This one. Let's see what that looks like. I think that works. It's like his hat kind of almost falls off his head for just a frame. Okay. Then maybe just to further emphasize the motion on the frame where he goes down. Let's see. This, I could make his hat kind of fall down a little more. So we can really emphasize this movement and motion. Let's see, where does that go? Could be 2 down right there. Sort of like that. But I think his eye will always stay above the hat like that. Let's try that. Yeah, I like how that makes him a little more springy. Although I'd probably do the inverse of what I do at the top of the hat. Because I imagine it's almost rotating a little bit like this, so... Also, sorry, Mr. Your thing here's a fencer, but I want to recommend something I listen to, Men I Trust, a lot. Yeah. I'll take a look at that after stream. Yeah, I do appreciate the suggestions. I don't want anybody to feel like they can't suggest stuff. It's not the case. Okay, now let's also do it like that. See what that looks like. It works. This is what they call sub-pixel animation. It's not something I use all the time, but sometimes it's a useful technique for when you want to emulate a little bit more motion in certain things. Basically what it involves is like animating something like if you have a ball. You can kind of make it look like it's moving by only changing the colors, right? So like if you have something like this. So I realize I've been using the lured in palette. I need to stop using it. Let's go use the Starground one. I think I've accidentally injected a little bit of lured in colors, probably. Oh well, it is what it is. Alright, anyways. Because if you have like a ball like this, you can kind of like emulate movement without actually changing the shape of the outline. So like if I wanted to make this ball rotate, I could like animate it like this, where that pixel goes down there and then that goes up to the top. So you can like make something rotate without actually making this thing rotate, if that makes any sense. It's a little bit what I did with the hats here, where like I have like some anti-aliasing down here. So I kind of like make the hat look like it's larger, even though it's technically the same size here. So it looks a little bit like when he comes down, his hat tilts forward a little bit, if that makes any sense. Again, I feel like an insane person trying to explain all this stuff, but... I can recommend a lot more of the stream being nothing but talking about music. It's so good, yeah. Always welcome to, like, just send me a list and stuff if you've got, like, some artists that you recommend. So yeah, I think I'll have his paws go down here. Is that what they call the hands for cats? Paws? Right? I mean, that's what it is for dogs, but is it the same for cats, or do you call it, like, the cat's mittens? Something. I don't know. Okay. I don't really have a cat, so I don't know. My sister does have a cat, but she's kind of isolated to my sister's bedroom, so... Okay, so those paws go down. And just to make life easy, I'm just gonna copy... Oh, I have to be a little bit careful, though. Let's just copy those right there. Boom. I realize that's making the... Oh, no, that's... Yeah, that's good. Like that. So now his hand should just go down a little bit. Let's see what that looks like. It's pretty good. This tie could flop a little bit with the motion of the everything. So we got ads starting soon. My apologies, gamers. I'm gonna ask my cat what he thinks about it. Yeah. Because I've never called my cat's paws mittens. Yeah. That's... Yeah, I don't think they're mittens. I don't know. I'm not a catologist, guys. Let's see, so it stays there. Here it drags down. And then it also drags down over here. But then on this frame... Wait, let's see. I'm trying to think here what happens. So in the second down frame, it drags down... Oh, and then on that one, it's going to go... No, that's right. Let's test this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I think this is basically pretty much ready to go, this whole animation. It doesn't have to be anything super crazy, and I'm probably gonna up the speed of the walking one quite a bit more, like this. Or maybe even more. Maybe we go up to 12. I feel like that works pretty well. We could even have these like separate components of the tower move also, which might just make the whole thing feel a little more animated. Like we could do like maybe this section of the tower drops a frame, like boom, just to give it a little bounce. Then it goes back up to being normal. And then on the way back up over here, it all moves up a frame. I don't know if this will actually look good, but a lot about animating is kind of just making a change, at least for me, and then seeing if it works. Let's just fill in this stuff. I can easily undo this if it doesn't look good. Let's see. Definitely does add a lot more motion, which I think I like. It makes the whole tower feel a little more springy, so. I like that animation. That, though, gets cut off a little bit, so we do need to fix that. Right here. Alright, ads are over, everybody. Sorry about that. My bad. I do actually kind of like how springy that is. So yeah. Alright. Can't believe you missed a new Jank stream. This is it's a big issue, Kankles. It's been a while since I've raided into New Jank. I think, unfortunately, our schedules are kind of a little like timed so that we both stream at the same time. So it's unfortunate. Let's increase the shadow there in that one just a touch. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I like that. All right, I'm pretty happy with this movement animation. I'll probably tone it down for the idle animation, but let's go ahead and just start getting all this implemented. So now we're gonna go in here. He's got the step stuff set up. I don't know if he even makes step sounds, does he? Or no, he doesn't, because he doesn't have a freaking, let's say if his animation is equal to walking. But now he should make step sounds. Okay. So thank you, IGG, for the spin. I appreciate it. And K-Mac, I appreciate it. So yeah, we're gonna choose where his animation starts in here. Let's just do... Kankles, appreciate it. Let's just do it if he hasn't died. Or... no, let's just do this. So... or no, we can do it in there. Thank you guys. We'll say if velocity is 0, that means he's idle. So we're gonna say, or not that, in sprite dot play idle, else play. You guys are crazy. Hey Goob, welcome in. How's it going? Oh no, the cheese apocalypse starts. Oh god. It's terrifying what you guys can do when you all team up. I'm gonna call that animation death. Too many cheeses. Oh my god. I just looked over and realized it's complete cheese. Just a warning, when you get that cheese too hard notification, it doesn't apply your cheese, so I have to go redeem your points now. That's okay. No. So many cheeses. I'll return that point. And then, who was the two? That was you, Cankles, right? Yeah. Okay. So, in cases like these, I usually go to my sources and then enable this little screen so you guys can still see what I'm working on. Yeah. Posture check? I'll do it, but you won't be able to see it. Oh, man. Ugh. Well, there you go. Can't believe you guys have done this. Anyways, let me read everything in here. God. It's going pretty good. Just chilling tonight, waiting for Steam to approve my DLC. Nice, that's awesome. Yeah. It's cool stuff. Yeah, we've been just working on Starground, animating this boss that we need to do for the experimental branch for the new dungeon. I still need to add in more enemies, but it's fine. We'll work on that, you know, later. It's technically playable so far. DLC stuff, though, that's really cool. Yeah, I did play your game. It's really fun. So yeah, it's epic. Is the DLC, like... What are your plans for the DLC? I presume it's already somewhat defined, I guess, if you're creating the page for it. What's this screen on my cheese? I'm so sorry, guys. Yeah. I'm diluting the cheese. Yeah. Put it away. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, I hear the little build thing happening in the background. I need to fix that. That's funny. Okay, let me go do that. Let's see. Back into the building. Yeah, it's such a great, just such an awesome, watchable stream, isn't it? So cool. Yeah, it's so cool, guys. Oh, man. Oh, we're free. We're free of the cheese. Thank God. I still need to add in that redemption that lets somebody clear out the cheese. So maybe I need to expedite that. Oh, man. There's big content update with 15 new upgrades, passive reputation, awesome new story stuff. DC specifically is purely cosmetic support game dev. Oh, okay, nice, yeah. That's cool stuff. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of developers do that recently. I know Bear Like Lion with Surf's Up did that, where like the base game is free, but then you have like a supporter DLC. I've actually just seen that a lot on Steam in general. I know that there's a lot of games that are doing that. Like there's some supermarket sim game I played that does that and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool though. I think it's a pretty good way of doing it because then everybody gets the game for free. Can't complain about that. And you know, get some little extra boosts if you get the DLC or whatever. Cosmetics and stuff, yeah. Spin should spin the cheeses when this is happening, yeah. That would be pretty cool. I wonder if that would be possible because it is a physics object. And I think I'm pretty sure that the particles that rain down do actually collide, so maybe that's something I could do. Add a little set of Vibe Shop cosmetics, silly interactions. Yeah, that's awesome. Oh boy. Thank you for the cheese time. Not actually thank you though. I resent you for the cheese time. Oh man. Oh yeah, we're gonna go look at the boss. Too much cheese. There's a cooldown on the cheese timer. I need to, I think there's actually, oh God. No, 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 no. Let's see, who got rejected? I think it was, redeem your points. Oh my God. Yours. I'm gonna have to freeze cheese time, guys. Who else was it? I'll just reject these two also, just in case. Alright. Oh my God. The cooldown I think is like 5 minutes or something, but there's a bug sometimes where the cooldown doesn't actually cool down. I'm not sure why. Hey! Thank you, K-Mac. Appreciate it. The cheese, the on-screen cheese celebration. Oh my God. Just dairy trolls in chat, yeah. Ugh, that's crazy. So much cheese. Yeah, sorry, let me read what's up in here. Yeah, I don't need the money to make games, but it encourages me to keep making them, especially since I have 2 commercial games in the pipeline. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's awesome. So much cheese. This kind of goes, yeah, okay, yeah, I think we're good to go then. All right, let's go into God mode and go look at the boss. So he should be walking around now and make little sounds and stuff. Right now he makes the same sound as the ancient automatons, which is not ideal. I'll probably change his footsteps to sound like something else. But he does do it. Give me God mode and all skins. You can get God mode, it's pretty easy. You just say /God true. I typed it wrong, but yeah. Keep in mind though, it will disable your achievements. I'm gonna be adding in achievements for this next experimental update, so yeah. It's gonna be very annoying to test achievements then. I guess I could just have a temporary little chunk of, a little line that I comment out in the code. Yeah, he's still doing the walking animation even when he's not walking for some reason. So why is that? If it's 0. I guess it's not quite 0. We'll say like if velocity dot length is less than like 0.1. Then he'll be idle. He's not playing his idle animation though. Oh, there isn't one called idle. There we go. Now he actually plays it. Oh, what happened to his laser? Oh, that was weird. His laser just went invisible for some reason. It's pretty odd. Look at all these guys. Alright, well he's coming along. He's mostly playable. Once I just get these animations and sounds and stuff tweaked a little bit. I want to give him some ambient sounds, like some cat meows probably. But yeah, I think he should be a pretty fun boss. And I want to make it so he kind of lerps a little bit toward the positions he's navigating to. Right now he's kind of going really fast into them, so that's not really what I want. Also, it seems that I've somehow accidentally caused that same issue where he can die multiple times. I think it's because I need to say don't actually activate like on has died up here. On start explosions, I have to say if I've already died, then return. That should fix that issue. But yeah, he's it's working, so that's pretty epic. So yeah, I'll just keep working on that. I think we're gonna go swap over to Voices of the Void now, but yeah, pretty epic. I'm gonna write down a couple things I need to do for the overlay. I'm gonna say fix cheese cooldowns because there's something wrong with them, I think. And then also share cheese collisions. I would like more interactions between the different you know, point redemptions so you can like combo them up. Be kind of epic. And then also what was the other one? Oh yeah, add redemption to clear old cheese. Don't fix anything with the cheeses. No, I'm fixing the cooldown because sometimes it unfairly lasts too long. I'm not sure exactly what's happening, but I want to make it so that you actually can do cheese time more often. So yeah. Swap over to being terrible owner, I know. I can't believe my cow is eaten. It's so stupid. How do I do the weapon swinging in my game? Because I need something similar. Yeah. So basically, for the actual like pointing toward my mouse, I just do pretty basic function. I just say my global position dot angle to like get global mouse position. So what that'll do is just return an angle between the point that the player is at, pointing toward the mouse, and then I just like have a separate node that's a weapon, and I say like weapon.rotation is equal to this angle that I'm getting. So all this is going to do is make it so that my weapon rotates toward my mouse. That's the first step. The next thing is whenever I attack, when I click, I set like, I have another variable up here that's like my var weapon, or like attack offset, which starts at 0. So I increment onto this, I say plus attack offset. So if I'm not actively attacking, it's just at its default rotation. But then as soon as I say, you know, if attack, whatever, it's going to be input is action just pressed attack. Then we say attack offset is equal to pi divided by 2. So what this code is now doing, I'll show you guys. Here's our player and our default, like let's say our mouse is over here. This is the default angle that we have. But now let's just say I've just attacked. That attack offset now is going to push it down by like 45 degrees so that my weapon kind of like slashes and goes at a 45, right? And then I just slowly lerp this value, this attack offset, back to 0. So I say attack offset is equal to lerp f, attack offset to 0, 1 times delta or something. So that'll slowly lerp back towards 0 now. But yeah, you could say input dot is action just pressed attack or whatever. This doesn't have delta because it's not the process event, but don't worry about that. This is just a little, you know, little example. How do I implement the cooldown? It's pretty simple. I just have another check here that's like and can attack. So as soon as I do attack, I say can attack is false. Or really, actually what I do is I say cooldown is less than or equal to 0. Then I say cooldown is equal to like whatever my attack time is, like 5 seconds. And then I just say each frame cooldown minus equals delta. So that's all I do there. Pretty easy. Just define cooldown up here as, you know, 0. These won't be in the process event. Don't define these in the process because it'll constantly keep resetting them to 0. But yeah. But pretty straightforward. And then this is the chunk of code in here that runs whenever you actually do an attack. So when I do an attack, I temporarily spawn in a little shape cast, and it just checks for any nearby physics bodies around where I've attacked. So I'm just going to say something like for get collision count, whatever, my ray cast, I get collision count. Or for I and get collision count, then I say var colliders, ray.get collider, my index I, you know. And then I say collider.take damage 1. You can replace 1 with however much damage you do. No, I don't actually do any animations because honestly, it's just not even worth the trouble. It's usually easier to do it with code like this, or you can do a tween instead if that was what you would prefer. But I don't do an animation because then I can just like, it updates with whatever my current mouse position is. I don't have to worry about it. I do have a little bit of quirkiness for like when you change your player direction, it has to like swap this offset to be negative instead of positive. But you know, this is basically a pretty complete rundown though of how the attacking works. You're totally welcome to copy this or do whatever. You obviously have to change all this code. This code isn't going to work. It's broken, but this should work as a good framework for how you could do an attack, though. But yeah. So this system is preferable if you have a large amount of weapons instead of creating a bunch of pixel animations for each. Oh yeah, for sure. Like if you have a bunch of different weapons, especially the Starground, right? We have modular weapons. It's just not practical for me to create an animation for every single possible variation. So this works for any kind of weapon. All it is just rotating a node, right? So back like in our little example drawing here, this node can just be whatever kind of sword you want. So it's just a static sprite of this weapon, right? Here's our epic weapon. And now that's the same sprite that's going to be rotated down here. So it's good for systems where you want just a repeatable animation for different kinds of weapons, and you don't want to have to actually hard animate all of your weapons, because that takes forever. I would never recommend doing that. It just takes way too long. If you have like 5 weapons, then maybe sure you could animate them by hand, but I think it gets to a point where it's just not worth all the trouble. It's way too time consuming. Yeah, if you've got any other specific questions about that though, totally feel free to ask away. Anyways, let's go ahead and voice the void, perhaps. Let's go change the title and everything. Voices of the Void. They are finally here. Yeah. They are here, guys. Aliens have touched down, and they have a base now. It's a little scary. All right, let's boot this up. I don't know how many melee weapons I'll have, so I think for scalability, the system will be better. I already have a system similar to yours. I was just wondering how you did it since the weapons rotate around the player. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. I just modify the rotation of the player's weapon. If you want to have them, like, kind of rotate around in a little bit of a, whatever, like an arc, you could do something like this where you're just rotating this base node, but then you have your actual weapon kind of attached but offset over here. So your sword would be over here like this. So that when you rotate this node around, it kind of has like this circle in here that your weapon doesn't rotate into. So it'll rotate like around this pivot point. You know what I mean? That's what I do in Starground. Because the weapon doesn't just like sit stationary and rotate like this. Like you have this center anchor point and then the weapon is attached off of that anchor point, if that makes sense. But yeah, you just set that up with the node structure. You have your base node here in the tree, and then as a child of that, you actually have your weapon node. So you rotate and control this node here, and then not the actual weapon sprite, you know? Straight up voicing it by it, let's say my voids. That's crazy, dude. Oh, yeah, I never did look into performance things with this game, so it might run bad, but we'll see. Currently using an animation player for the swing? Yeah. I mean, you can use an animation player and just use the value coming from that to do the same thing, to modify the rotation. I think that's actually what I do in Starground, but yeah, there's a bunch of ways to do the same thing, honestly, so. I have 0 desktop icons. Can't believe how many I have. I know, it's pretty crazy. I just, I'm usually pretty bad about cleaning them up and organizing my desktop, so yeah. Okay, so how can I make this game not run terrible? I think it really is just picking up all my garbage on the floor. I think it's all the physics collisions or something. Because it didn't used to run this bad. So something must have changed over time. I think we'll try and clean up the base a little bit, and hopefully that fixes it. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Gabagool. I didn't fix it. The performance on the ground. Well, I didn't pick up all the items yet, so we still got a couple more to go. I love when textures are 2 pixels. Yeah, there we go. I don't even remember where I am or what's happening or what's going on. Ooh. Did I even... I don't think I completed my objective for today. Yeah, right. I was like, oh man, we gotta get cracking on this. Okay, I do have 2 drive racks, or 2 process drives there. Let's turn on the computer. I always slam my head into the wall. I'm out of drives, aren't I? I need to buy some right now. Let's just get like 16 bucks worth. That's fine. All right. Shoot. So we got our email. Oscar Charlie Echo. I don't think we've done that yet. So we need to one of these. Report, tear off. We need to get going. Then these are processing, that's downloading, so we're good to go. Okay, so where are we going? Oscar Charlie Echo. Where are those, perhaps? Oscar Charlie Echo. They're all pretty close by, so let's go to Charlie first. SV.ping Charlie. Any bad servers in here? Seems okay. Are any servers down? Let's see. Doesn't seem like it. Alright. We're all good to go. Off to Charlie. Oh yeah, forgot. We have our Starground guy. It's pretty crazy that you can just do this in this game. Just import 3D models and 3D print them. It's kind of awesome, I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty cool. Yeah, the game seems to run worse when I'm in the garage, I feel like, so I do think we need to, yeah, pick up all my garbage. Okay, that's everything. Let's go drop off these drives super quick. Put them in the drive rack. Boom, let's go, let's go, let's go. Speed run. Has anybody done a Voice of the Void speed run? Probably. How would you even do it though? Because you kind of just have to wait, right? At least in story mode. See, the game runs mostly okay when I'm out here. It's like 90 FPS, but for some reason when I'm back at the base, it's really laggy. So I don't know. Did I ping the right place? I feel like I'm going way too far. Where am I going? Am I going to Oscar first? We'll see, I guess. I hope I find Bingus again one day. What? Okay, something's wrong. I'm not going where I'm supposed to. I think this is literally just pointing north right now. I don't think anything's pinged. Let's hope this is one of the ones I need to go to right here. Let's see, let's see, let's see. No. But let's just go ping one of the ones we actually need to go to, like Charlie. I thought I pinged Charlie, but I guess not. That isn't one I need to go to right now. Okay, I pinged Charlie. It's still pointing over there. Oh, wait. I pinged Charlie. I need to target Charlie. Whoopsies. My bad, guys. Okay, now we're targeted, right? Yeah, we should be. Watch this. Life hack. Speedrun strat. Ow. Maybe not a good idea. I'm coming for you, Charlie. Whoa. See that sick drift? Oh! I'm fine, I'm fine. Everything's okay. No! Stop! Okay, Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. What happens if my ATV gets to 0 health? Does it just stop working? Or does it like blow up or something? Holy crap, that was so awesome, guys. What the frick? I think that's the coolest trick I've ever done. Okay, we're at Charlie. My favorite Smiling Friends character, guys. Not really. Who is my favorite Smiling Friends character? I don't even know. SV.hash? Yeah. 02C242FB17. Okay, what's next? Let's go to, perhaps Oscar? I think we're close to Oscar, aren't we? Yeah. And then we gotta go over to Echo. Actually, let's go to Echo first, then Oscar. Oh god, what have I done? I jumped a little too much. That was a bad move. It's okay. I don't know. I want to get it done fast because I want to go do things at my house. So I'm like, I'm gonna hurt myself. I'm taking unnecessary risks. Oh man. Okay, I think this is Echo right here. And I'm driving like a maniac right now. Oh my god. I'm gonna biff it so hard one of these days, guys. I feel like I can see things so much easier now that all the shadows are off. Yeah, I've seen the quad right after I just, yeah. It's crazy. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm not dead yet. Okay, next is Oscar. Let's go, let's go. Okay. I love when the game just makes me fall down because I touched the door. It's so fun. Okay, but this one's safe to jump through. As long as I'm crouching. Alright, let's get going. Oh god. Nah, that was intentional, don't worry. How come I don't get credits for front flipping like that? It's not even fair, man. I get credits for back flips, but not front flips. SV.hash. Speedrun, guys. We're gonna win. 1 4 8 B 6 5 1 9 2 6. Boom. Done. Let's go. I haven't even been like checking if I got it right or not. It's probably right. It's probably okay. What if it's like off at one character? Do I just not get any bonus? Because that would suck. It'll be fine. Oh god. Okay. It's okay. I think we'll go home, repair the rover, then maybe head out to Transformer 3 and try and look for that recipe for the fan. Because I really want to get some GPU cooling going on, you know? I think we'll send off our signals early today, just send the 3 that we need, and then try and get out of here soon. As long as this one's done. No, it's not done. Well, I think we'll just wait for that one to be ready. So let's start putting these away. Yeah, I know it's an empty slot. Let me pick it up. Okay. Alright. Just wait for that to denoise. This is literally Mars, guys. Save that signal. Boom, boom. Let's get another one going. What does that say? Do not overload. It is not a game? Okay. Let's hit up this one. Boom. Yikes. Invalid object, guys. Oh, this one. Come on. Server's down. Alright. Send out our favorite robot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on. Hurry up and rotate. I gotta go. It's already getting a little bit dark, but it's fine. We can go into dark. Let's make some coffee if I can. Yeah, I can. I'll just store some with me so that I don't, like, fall asleep while I'm out and about. So let's use... I'll collect that coffee. Use it again. I think I need to buy more now. Yeah. Use... no coffee. What? Didn't I just have 2 coffee? Oh, it's already... Okay. Where's my cat? Yeah, I don't know. Where is my cat, guys? It's almost like a roach came and ate my cat. Whatever. So we're gonna go to TR3. Oshik says it's around TR3 somewhere. Transformer 3. I have no idea where around there, but we'll look around. This would hurry up and do noise already. Can I buy some, like, processing speed right now? I do want to get more upgrades. Processing speed. I do need to buy coffee, though. It'll be fine. I've lived without coffee before. I can do it again. Is there sad? I know. Let's get some balance, just in case I need some dough. There is an entity out there. I don't really want to find out what his deal is, so we're not going to go over there. Okay, come on. Let's get a move on. Let's process this signal already. Let's go make sure that I'm pretty sure the radio tower is fine. Yeah, it's okay. Right here, I can just check by going into the garage. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're fine. Oh yeah, we're okay. Oh, come on, dude. Stupid freaking game, dude. Let's eat. Okay. So we got coffee, we got food, we should be ready to go for this expedition. I got my hook, just in case, you never know. And as soon as this is done, we can send it off and get going. It's gonna be, we're gonna be doing a little bit of nighttime exploring, I imagine, but it'll be fine. We have lights. Yonder wasn't that sad. I was completely heartbroken. What are you guys talking about? I was so sad. I was crying. I had to stop stream because I was so sad. I couldn't stop crying. Totally, guys. I'm tired of these guys being on the floor. They can stand right there. Oops. Sorry, buddy. Is this done yet? Yes. Okay, let's go quick. Yeah. That sounds a little ominous and evil. Come on. Give me a signal. No. What? Oh, okay. It's just really high up there. It's like, there's no way there's no signal. Oh, this is a really sensitive one. Oh, wow. This is really sensitive. Holy crap. Okay. Just getting this locked in super quick, and then we're good to go. And why is my frequency changing? Whatever, it's probably okay. Alright, let's put this in here. Get my document. Get my drive box lid. Hold it. Send it off. Can the radio tower, like, break down while the drone is, like, in transport? That would suck if it could. I hope it can't. Let's recharge the rover, and then we're gonna go drive out. This might be a really bad idea, exploring in the dead of night, but it'll probably be okay. It's not the dead of night yet, so we got a little bit of time. If we just get a move on, we can maybe do a little bit of searching around before it's completely dark. Okay, making good time. It's still bright out. Mostly. So round Transformer 3. I have no idea where it would be, but let's just start looking around, I guess. I don't even know if Oshik is here. Oshik told me it's somewhere around here, so... Could be like up on top of here. I mean, I presume there's going to be like a structure that it's in. But I don't really know. Let's go up on top of here. Maybe there's like a building up here. There's a rock. It is a pretty big log. There's nothing in there. Let's just keep looking around. There's nothing in this little valley. Maybe up here? Ooh. Somewhere in these woods. It's like weird glowing lights. I think that's from the sun or something. Oh, Kerfer's gonna come run to me, isn't she? That's gonna be annoying. I do hear something. So, hey, Shadows Zero, welcome in. I don't think it's over that direction, but it could be. Are we... I think I kind of strayed away from Transformer 3 a little bit too much. So let's go back over there. It's like, okay, wait. Where am I? Let's find out. Okay, I'm still over near that area. I mean, so far I've seen nothing. So, I don't know. But I'm looking. If it gets completely pitch black out here, I'll probably head home. Because I don't want to be out when it's, like, scary dark. But... afraid of getting scared? A little bit, yeah. This can be a very scary game. Still not seeing anything. I know there is like that nuclear sign with the rocks. I don't know if there's actually anything like over there, if I can get in there or something. Apparently, I've been told that there is a ooh, that's Kerfer. Oh my god, dude. Okay, Kerfer can just follow me around then. I've been told that there's some note over here or something, a recipe for a cooler for my my GPU rack. I don't know where though. Unless it's inside of Transformer 3. It's possible. Like buried in the trash somewhere. A bag to clear the trash? Yeah, I need trash bags. I mean, if it would be anywhere in this place, it'd probably be at the, like, in here, I imagine. There's a mouse. It's a major reward for being a cleanie guy, yeah. Do you actually have to, like, clean up all of the trash, or is it just buried under the trash somewhere? It's inside? Okay. Bottles. There's a box. Paper. Dude, Kerfer. Stop. Imagine it's buried under the garbage then. So I don't see anything in here. There's a limb joint again, which I guess I can collect. Just take the shovel and shovel it? Oh, okay. To bring a large cardboard box with me? Yeah. Wood piece. I'll just dump all the trash in there. Plastic trash. I always did have an inkling that there's probably something buried under all this garbage, because it's like, why does this transformer specifically have a bunch of garbage, you know? There's bones. More bones. Plastic. What's that? Nothing. Yeah, I do want to find this thing, because it would be nice to be able to upgrade my GPU rack more. And before I buy more, I think I need cooling, because otherwise it'll probably overheat. Paper, paper, paper. Okay, I haven't seen it in there so far. Some more garbage. This is probably motion sickness inducing. Unless it's like up on top. It's possible. There is garbage up there. Store an armbuster cleans your route, digging the trash, and I mean I can. I do want to come here and clean it up eventually, but I really want to find this thing. I mean, is the whole reason I set out tonight. I feel like it might be up here. I don't know if that's true, but I could try and get up here. At least a little bit. Just do it methodically. So get a bunch of money for coal? Yeah. I mean, that's true. I'll probably come back here and do that. Tell me how to erase items from existence, so yeah. I mean, so far I've been able to get rid of all my garbage by just crafting things, so. Or you could just put it in an item box and just sell it. Right? Or the incinerator. I know that's a thing you can do. Can't move that one. I mean, is this something I'm realistically gonna find, Oshik, or should I just, like, come back with trash bags? Because I do have a bunch of money. I can buy a bunch of trash bags and come back tomorrow. I know there's like these. I don't think there's anything in there. Yeah, anything you can be stored and sell. Yeah, I've been selling a lot of trash bags. Oh. Yes, let's go. Okay, we got it. So yeah, this is buried under here. I had an assumption there's something in here. Well, I'll come back here tomorrow probably with a bunch of trash bags and just clear it out, because I would like to sell this garbage. I do have... I'm wondering how I could, like, bring all the garbage back home, though. Because I don't want to have to make, like, 20 trips out here. I don't know. We'll have to see. Oh, God. I can tell ya, yeah. I guess I could use, like, a hook and attach, like, a bunch of item boxes to my ATV. Is that a route? Or is there, like, an easier way to do it? Maybe there's some kind of, like, mobile storage cart I don't know. Because I have a backpack, but it's not going to be able to hold all the garbage. I'll just use my way of dealing with wooden scrap. I don't know if I can completely promise, but I can try. I can definitely try it out. I've been just selling wooden scrap instead of item boxes so far, but maybe there's a better way. I don't know. Base. Yeah, I'm ready to go home. It's too dark for my blood. Where is base? Oh god. What have I done? Okay. Oh, there it is. So you ignite the wooden scrap and shovel it and you get coal? Oh, yeah? Interesting. Does coal sell more? Like, how much does coal sell for? It's used for trash bags that are pure 5 points of income per pile? Okay. Interesting. That could be an interesting way to deal with it. Ah, home sweet home. Yeah, way carrying stuff around. I am curious about that. Buy the 300 points cardboard box? Okay. That's a lot. Oops, I restarted my computer. Quite expensive, so I found a way how to assemble them by yourself. 2 accumulators? What the frick is that? Where do I get accumulators? Need 2 accumulators, 4 metal parts, and 4 sets of electronics. So that's something I can buy? Oh. Accumulator battery. Oh my god, it's so expensive though. That's brutal. So you buy the 300 point cardboard box, okay. This one down here. Yeah, 8 by 8 by 8. That's crazy. You can hold it so it becomes your AK backpack on a whip. Okay. That's crazy. Also have 2 300 point cardboard boxes. Okay. Yeah. That's a lot. Interesting. Yeah, that's definitely... I could just buy one of those and then go head out. And although I do need trash bags, though. I think I have a whip somewhere that I accidentally bought multiple of. I think it's inside of here or something. The hook? Is the hook different from the half hook? Yeah, so I do want a hook, because then I can attach it to the ATV. So I could buy one of those. Alternatively, you can just use shovel to shovel the trash. Okay. But I have to put it into the trash bag to sell the trash, right? Oh, they break easily? Well, that's a bro moment. I would hate to spend 300 bucks and then have it shatter in front of me. That would kind of suck, not gonna lie. Okay, let's put this guy in here and start processing. Were you saying I can hold it? Oh, just like pick it up with one and then... Yeah, I guess that could work. That server broke. I don't have Kerfer. I left Kerfer at the place, so... I have to go back there. I'll probably just buy a bunch of trash bags then. carry as many as I can. But I do want to get a cooler for my GPUs. But it's so expensive because I need 2 accumulators. Which is a lot of money. That's 300 bones right there. And 4 metal parts and 4... I assume 4 metal scrap and 4 electronic scrap. Do I want to spend 300 bones right now on a cooler? It would be nice, though. I should say that simply shoveling the cold wooden trash gives you the amount of coal, so you can simply sell the coal and dig other scrap and recraft it. Oh, are you saying you can burn trash piles into coal? Is that what you're talking about? With a shovel? So I can just shovel it into a big pile and then burn it all, and then I get coal out of it? The wooden trash piles. Is there, like, different kinds of trash piles, then? There's no such thing as a shovel in here else, I don't think. No. So wooden trash piles. So there's... I didn't know there's, like, different kinds of trash piles. Interesting. Wonder what those look like. Because these are not wooden, I presume. These look like plastic or something. So, like... what would be wooden? I don't know. Shovels on Transformer 1 and 2, as far as I remember? Okay. I probably didn't grab it yet. I don't see any wooden trash around here, unless I'm just not seeing it. Like, what happened to all my garbage cans? Oh, that was from the, probably the UFO event, where everything got lifted up. Ton of wooden trash in tier 3? Okay. Oh yeah, I was gonna bring this inside, I forgot. Can't see anything. Okay. There we go. Most expensive is a meaty trash pile. So it's for 18 a bag. Okay, I didn't know different trash bags sell for different amounts. I do have some item boxes here I was selling stuff with, like these empty batteries and gas cans. So I could sell that empty coffee bag. Then goes the electronics one. Okay. Interesting. Let's put this other coffee bag in there. Still don't know. Or I think I know what the limb joints are for, but I don't have the other stuff yet. Let's just store it for now. Yeah, then those wouldn't want to be burned and dug, so it does not need 1 point per bag and sells for 5. Okay. Interesting. You can order a wood chipper, pallets, and then a wood chipper and burn the wood from them? Oh, yeah. Or wood chips, yeah. Oh, a lot of money, though. You get 90 points per pallet when coal sold. That's pretty nice. Yeah. I might do that, because there's a lot of pallets around here that I've been wanting to get rid of. So I wouldn't mind chipping those up. I don't know where... like, I thought there was one in here. I might have accidentally, turned them all into scrap. That's why I love mannequins? Oh, I bet, yeah. I do have a bunch of wooden scrap in all these crates. Can I shred the wooden scrap and burn that for the coal? Or do I not even need to shred the wooden scrap? Do I just light it on fire? So we got ads. Okay, yeah. Wood scrap does not need to be shredded. Nice. Cool. Well, we could probably sell some coal then. I do have a bunch of coal I've been picking up around the facility. I just didn't really know what it's, like, used for. So if it sells for a good amount, then might as well do that. I know I have a bunch just laying around here. These coal pieces. Some big coal pieces, too. Not enough space. I mean, does coal even do anything? I don't even know. Does B need a lot? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I might as well. Because I have no idea what else I would use coal for. So use cell 5 points per coal. You can recraft into large coal that burns for 3 fuel in the crematorium. Okay. What would even be the point of the crematorium? Because, like, is there any reason in actually burning things up? Because I feel like there's always, like, a way that you could repurpose it for money, you know? But I don't know. It won't let me take those out. Oops, I'm putting things out. $36 fuel in crematorium? Okay. Coal. I think I might have more in here? No. I probably have a bunch more inside the base, so take a look at all that. I'm on my coal arc now. Pretty sure I've gotten most of it inside the base, but we can give it a look. That one's almost full. Oh, this guy. I think this is as much coal as I can fit in. Oh no, it took one out? Okay. Store. It doesn't let me store it now. Interesting. You can literally make 160 fuel out of one pallet. That's crazy. Is it worth it to to craft my little coal into big coal? Or do I just sell the small coal? Let's close the garage. Tonight's giving me bad vibes for some reason. Not liking it, guys. You need to sell the small coal? Okay. Is there a way to convert big coal back into small coal? Or is that not a thing? Can I just, like, slam it into the ground really hard and then it shatters or something? Or does it not work like that? You can literally craft on the bench. Okay, nice. Oh, so I realized I'm gonna fall asleep. I need to go get some Z's. Let's make sure all our stuff is good. That's denoising. That is downloaded. I guess I'll do it really quick. Let's get another signal going. Oh, there's one right here. Come on, work, please. Yes. Oh shoot, my phone's gonna run out. Great phone. Don't do it. Okay. Those Gibbs have 200 units of volume, while wooden scrap is the same volume, but shreds for like 0.2 units of wooden trash, so you need like 45 wood scrap. Okay. Interesting. And now there's so many like optimizations for making money off of garbage. Yeah, I can turn wooden Gibbs into a lot of wooden scrap. Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of ways. I mean, even just selling trash, I was like, whoa, that's crazy. But whole like wood to coal pipeline, it's crazy. Oh, maybe I can get this one. Oh, yeah, there we go. Probably did not recraft all my... I did. I crafted a lot of it into scrap. I haven't burnt any of it or anything, because I figured I could probably use it for something. I just have a bunch of crates filled with different scrap, like rubber and plastic and stuff. I've been just selling most of it just straight up, like the wooden scrap, but I don't know. Is there anything else I can do with like the plastic and rubber, or do I just sell that stuff? Scrap sells for 1 point, yeah. there any evil guys out there? Looks okay. Okay, let's keep collecting coal. I'm sure there's a bunch more around these parts. Well, actually, let's go sleep. I'm gonna pass out. I would love to get rid of these like bed frames. I'm tired of these things. I know there's like the cell gun you can buy, but that seems kind of far off. Metallic scrap super useful for mining frames. Oh, the hacksaw? Does that let me get rid of the stupid frames? Because I'd love to get rid of those. Plastic and rubber allows you to make hooks if you... Okay. Interesting. You can make and sell hooks for points, yeah. Hacksaw allows you to saw a lot of stuff. Okay, interesting. I'll have to take a look into that because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of my stupid what is that in the bush? It's a flower. I was like, okay. Plastic, metal, rubber is craft recipe for drive box. Okay. Drive box. Okay. Interesting. Let's go to like 95 and then go use the toilet. Oh, I'm so hungry. All right. Tons of scraps can be used to make walls. Okay, interesting. Oh yeah, let's check up in here. There's probably coal. Whoa, that's lagging my game a lot. See, I think some of the physics collisions are a little laggy. I need to pick up all this garbage so my game runs better. Circular saws, huh? Another server's down. I need to go get my curve bot, dude. Flash walls look nice. Maybe. Doesn't sound nice. Those eyes always there? I think they were. Let's check in here for coal really quick. I think I've picked up most of the garbage in here, but I just want to see. Yeah, I think that's it in here. I might have put in some stuff in my trash. I'm not sure though. Okay. Ouch. Dirt walls and floors are literally diggable, so you can do indoor farming. Oh, that's sick. Ooh, I messed up a jump. Is that what that wall placer or whatever it is? It's like a... I saw there's like a couple items like that that are work in progress. I know I can break all these crates for some coal. I'll come back and do those another time. Okay, interesting. I'll just at least send the one box. I love smacking my head. Farm plots can be used in conjunction with the cork board, and nails make vertical farms. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of coal down here. Shoot, I'm already out of space, man. We've been eating up all my my meat down here. It's too bad. What is that thing, dude? I don't want to know what that thing is. Yeah, let's bring up these big coals. I can carry more. Saying, then I can put this on the workbench, and then everything works out, huh? Get all this trash off. Oh yeah, that's pretty nice. Let's sell this coal, because I am... Coal piece is the small one, right? Yeah. But then the big coal, we want to craft that stuff down. Oh. I didn't know that I could craft the little ones also. Rocksmith were crafted in a rebel that you can use for wall building. Nice. It's nice as flesh ones. Are you sure? Are you sure about those flesh walls? It doesn't sound very nice. I think it would make me go insane. But I don't know. So much coal. I better get $1 bazillion from all of this coal. I'll probably get a little bit of cash, but we'll see. All right. Coal piece. Actually, I can store more in here, though. I guess it's worth it to sell these old coffee bags. As far as I could tell, looking into the way that, like, selling items works, is that, like, you basically, oops. So this is a coal. No, that's a regular coal. Things sell for, like, half of their value. So even if you have, like, an empty coffee bag, you can sell it for half of the price that you paid for it. So that seems pretty insane. Seems like it's definitely worth it then to just sell random items like that. Things do sell for half value, but not all of them. Okay. You get $1 bazillion out of wooden gives if you have left out. Oh yeah, breaking storage boxes. Yeah, they get pretty crazy, I bet. Depends on item fullness. Okay, interesting. So I guess it does matter a little bit. So I can't just like pick up this coal and just... No. That'd be nice though. We have a lot of crap down here. I need to get down here and clean up. It's too bad I sold the trash bags. I didn't know about the coal pipeline before. But I think it's fine. There's so many ways to make money in this game, it's kind of insane. There's the whole farming stuff I haven't even messed with at all, so... Cutting board is literally a small workbench? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. That would be pretty nice for this coal stuff. Can you surf in this game? I have no idea, but maybe. All the ways Glug says knowledge game mechanics. Yeah, it's definitely a lot to have to figure out, you know. I don't think I'd be able to figure out any of this stuff just by trial and error. Definitely would have to like research it all. Okay, we are almost full on this, but we still got more room, so I need to figure out what else I can sell here. Is there anything I can do with organic trash? Because it just seems like I've got a lot of it. Yeah, you can ragdoll. You can do this. That hacksaw is sounding pretty interesting. I'd like to maybe take a look at buying one of those. Hopefully it's not super expensive. It's always 300 bones, dude. But if it means I can get rid of those stupid bed frames, then it's worth it. I'll do it. You can make a snusk loaf? Okay. Interesting. Screw it. No, but I want the accumulators. Urgh. Okay, I'll just buy the accumulators first. Recommend doing the wood chipper. I will do that. Okay, I think I'll get wood chipper, accumulator, and hacksaw as soon as I have the money for all of it. I should have enough next paycheck or whatever. I want to start getting more money through my, you know, GPU rack, so I think the cooler should help with efficiency as far as I know. Or am I making a foolish mistake? And do the wood chipper? Suppose I could do that. I don't really have a lot of wood, though, around my base, so it seems like it would be kind of annoying to have to go get all that stuff. So you get like 1,000 money per day. Yeah. Just with all the coal that you get from it. Oh, you just buy wooden pallets? Oh. So you could just buy a wood chipper and then just get the pallets online. Ah, I see. That's interesting. Okay. I'll get a wood chipper then. It's a little cheaper, so I can buy that. So let's, this one's finished now. Let's give it a listen. Then I do have my tasks for today, so let's, get another report here. Sounds pretty evil. Buy 2 pallets per single order. Yeah, that's crazy then. Yeah, you can make a bunch of money. So how do I burn things though? Like, do I have to buy a lighter or something, or what? Alright, that's a funny little guy. Let's get another one processing. Let's start. Hope I can get these all processed. There's a free lighter at, oh, at tier 2. Okay, interesting. Okay, so I probably shouldn't make one of those then. It sounds pretty bad. 100 bites damages by 10 points per bite, and I cannot save until I eat it all. That sounds pretty awful. Sounds pretty terrible then. Delivery. Oh my god, this thing is... Whoa, whoa! This thing is really heavy. Oh god. Please don't fall over. Okay. So how does this thing work? I presume it goes in there. Okay. And then I... Oh! I have to kind of lift it up. So does this thing have fuel? Here, let's try this on some debris. How do I actually put it in like that? How do I turn this thing on? Okay, it doesn't have any gas, so I need gas. I have some gas here. Eating a hole gives you an achievement. Oh, let's go. Okay, I've got gas in this thing. So now it's on. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. So this is what the wood trash looks like. Interesting. I don't want to use up all my gas. And then you're saying that I can just burn this and then I... Oh yeah, all the mannequins. I can shred those guys up. I'm tired of these guys everywhere. Yeah, I've been just throwing them into the river, but now I can dispose of them in a more profitable manner. So I know that there's some down here in the river, I'm pretty sure. Where did I throw these guys? I thought I threw some in the river. Unless they like despawn, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like items despawn in this game. I'm not seeing any in there. Maybe it's on the other side or something. I was pretty sure that's where I threw them, but I don't know. Or like this wood bench I could probably scrap, right? This thing's heavy though. Do I really want to get rid of these benches though? They're kind of nice to have around. Oh, hello. Yeah, I love mannequins, yeah. Wait, what? How did they get up? Are these the ones that I've put in there? Oh, can these guys move? Okay. Let's get rid of this guy. Hate these stupid mannequins, man. Oh yeah. This is what you get, stupid aliens. Alright. Do you think somebody just moving those wood pieces when you didn't see? I don't know, man. I didn't know that they were moving around, yeah. I know there's an event that happened where I saw a bunch of like burning mannequins. So I know there's a spot where there's just like 100 of them. I need to bring the wood chipper over there and go to town. They have nothing to do with the mannequins, really? Interesting. I thought they were the ones dropping them around, but maybe I'm wrong. So now you're just saying I burn this stuff, just light it on fire, and then I get coal? Presume I don't want this fire to spread. Let's get things out of the way a little bit. Light on fire and then dig it. Okay. So I do need the shovel. You're saying that's at Transformer 2, right? I can go head over there and grab it. I need to go head over to Transformer 3 and 2, because Kerfer's at 3 right now. Can dig it with a shovel or a rake. Okay. Let me drop off this, I got these hooks and stuff that I don't need. Half hook, I only need one. Let's store that other hook. Alright. Let's make sure this is all good. That's filtering. That's downloaded now, so let's bop. Save the signal. Put it over there. Find another one really quick. So I have a ton of wood in Gibson Cellar. That's true. There is a lot down there. Yeah, I could shred all those up. I'm gonna have to buy gas though, which is unfortunate. I thought my gas days were behind me, but I guess not. Unless there's some way to make gas. That'd be pretty crazy. There might be, for all I know. I don't need to buy gas? Okay. Well then how would I, I have a ton of coal. Can I use coal as fuel? Does that work as fuel? Can I just like plop it into the fuel tank and it just works? That's kind of crazy. Okay, we got a bunch of servers down. 4 coals into one. Craft 4 coals into a large one, shove it into the crem. Oh, so I can make gas out of the with the crematorium? Interesting. Oh, okay, that's why you were bringing all that up. Yeah. No, that totally makes sense. Awesome. I better get started on my quota for today. Let's see. Let's get like 162 gas per wooden pallet. Yeah, that's crazy. So let's see. Where are we going? We gotta go to Mike, Tango, Bravo. I think those are all pretty close by. Except Tango. Tango's way out there. So let's go to Mike, then Bravo, then Tango. Oops. So that target Mike. So wait, where are we going? Mike, Bravo, then we're gonna head over to Transformer 3 and get Kerfer going, and then go to Tango. And I think, isn't that over near TR2? No, T2 is way over there. We'll hit up T2 later. Okay, I gotta be careful not to run over everything now. Shovel one of the Transformers, shovel at the Axon cabin. Okay. Relighter for teenage fire starters. Okay. Is that tier 2? Okay. I'll go head up, well, we're gonna head over to tier 3 also, so we can hit up most of them. I can hold unholdable things. Oh yeah, ragdoll. That's ragdoll holding it. That's crazy. Pulls a shovel the security checkpoint. Okay, cool. Could head over there really quick. That's pretty close by, but we'll see. There might be one at one of the transformers we're going to. Not tried treasure digging using the metal detector? I have not. I have no idea. So yeah. 16. Why am I even doing this? I should just go get Kerfer to do this for me, you know? Okay, Mike. 12, DAE 4, FB 84. Alright, now we're going to SV target Bravo, and then we'll head to Transformer 3. Do all that stuff. I tell you something, I let people see my game I'm playing like I'm doing. I'm using OBS to capture my screen, so I would recommend taking a look at OBS. Ton of stuff that's getting including a whole cryptic walkthrough tutorial. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah, this game is so it's kind of insane that this is just still like a free alpha, because I mean the amount of content is ridiculous. There's so many different mechanics and stuff that you could explore for hours. It's kind of crazy. You see a bush? I mean, I see bushes around. Is there like a special bush? This one's also down. Oh my god. All right. Bravo. How'd you find the game? I think I saw like somebody playing it on YouTube one time. And I decided, you know what? Let's just actually try it out. I think also Oshik recommended it, so it was like, yeah, let's give it a shot. I just start OBS. But it's hard to work. Yeah, I mean, it's tricky. You've just got to kind of... I would look at maybe some tutorials on how to set up OBS. Is this the bush you're talking about? Oh yeah, I can grab berries. Let's go. Snowberries. Crazy. What? Oh my god. Stupid mannequin. I wish I could collect the mannequin, but I can't. I need 2 berries for a seed. Okay. Alright, so we're going to tier 3 now. Let's head on over there. No follow, you don't care about it? Okay, yeah. I figured those things have constantly tormented me, man. I guess I'll take a look really quick over here for a shovel. There might have been a shovel. I don't think I saw one, but that might be at like tier 2, I think, is where I know there's like stuff. We'll see. But I know that Kerfer is just chilling in here, yeah. Okay, let's see quickly if there's any kind of shovel. I love that the physics in this game just freaks. Nah, this is the place with the watering can, but I don't see a shovel, so... alright. Go, Kerfer, go! Yeah, I don't see any shovel anywhere. Yeah, it's a little good. It's probably... It could be at, like, oh, I don't know. 2, maybe. We will head over to 2, so... Let's go ping, let's see, where do we want to go now? Because we're at, here. I guess we can go over to Tango now. We got Kerfer going, so. Oh my god. It's on the second floor, the shovel of the transformer. Transformer is on the second floor of the inside part. Okay. But our target... Oh, wait. Tango. Alright. Is the Transformer one. So you're saying it's at Transformer 1? So this is the cabin at the uniform. Cabin at the uniform. Oh yeah, the radio tower uniform? Okay. Where is, let's see, where is uniform? That's... Okay, we're heading over to Tango, so I could hit up uniform. Is there a way to get into that cabin, though, if that's the one you're talking about? Because I remember I saw, like, a little cabin, but I couldn't figure out how to get inside of it. I don't know. I'm hungry. Just climb in. Okay. I'll take another look at it. Maybe I just didn't know how. Shrimple? Yeah. Yeah. Are these more berries that I can... I don't have any berries on them, though. Okay, I'm guessing that's Tango. I've taken quite a poor route. Basically use double space in the corner of the roof. Okay. Oh god. Alright, let's wade this river, I suppose. Here, can I just throw my ATV over? No. Doesn't quite work that way. Alright, we are at Tango. So we'll hash this, then we can head down to uniform and v.hash. Try and get inside that cabin again. What time is it? Okay. Probably need to end off stream soon, but we'll go do that, head back home, and then probably end stream. Between AC3C4189. Now let's go say SV.target uniform. I'm gonna die of starvation, so let's eat. I just ate all my food. I didn't realize I didn't have that much left. That's fine. About farming, you've mentioned it in passing, but yeah. I haven't really dabbled with that mechanic at all, but it seems crazy. Oh god, there's fences there. There's just so much. Okay, so we're back in uniform. I know there's that cabin nearby. Oh yeah, this is where the mannequin event happened. I'm pretty sure. So where is that cabin? So like, it's over in the woods somewhere, right? What is this? What is this? Chicken burger. Let's go. Is there anything over here? Okay, no. Is alien tech? Okay. Pretty crazy. Plant them near the riverbed or use sprinklers. Okay, that's cool. It's downhill in the woods from uniform. Alright, let's go check that out. Downhill into the woods. I presume this way? Thought it was over here. Oh, there it is. Okay, so let's try and get in here again. I was over here at one point, but I just didn't know how to get, like, inside. I do think you have to get on the roof or something. Like, could I just jump here and, like... No. How would I get in? Oh, okay. Wasn't that hard. Alright. Can I get back out of here? Let's just hope and pray. Alright, we're in. Axe is under the bed, yeah. There's a deer head. Let's move the bed if I can. Can't seem to move the bed. Oh, but I see it over there. I think that's it. All these trophies. Come on. Oh, there we go. Sick. There's a TV in here. What was that noise? Oh yeah, there's a shovel in here. Sick. So now we can shovel stuff. Use the gesture climb. Do not mind. I think I'm gonna mind though. It's a little scary. Then you're saying there's seeds behind the barrels? I'm not seeing any. I think I can climb up here, can't I? That's the Wendigo getting mad at you? Yeah, that's a little scary. Oh yeah, right here. The thingy. I can't collect it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I feel like I've probably angered a god by coming here. So, hopefully I don't die. How do I get up here? I know there's, like, stuff up here, I think. This place, while summoning Lambert? You can summon Lambert? That's insane. I can't get up there. I don't know if there's really anything of value up there, but... Chicken burger. Let's go. Yeah, I got that. Alright. I think we're good to go then. Oh, I can kind of see what's up here this way. Yeah, there's not really anything up there. So you're saying I can get out with the dresser in the corner? Okay. Can I, like, get up here or something? Oh, move the dresser to the wall. Okay. Oh, you're just saying, yeah. Just move it over. Makes sense. I better get home. I don't like being out anymore. I don't like how dead silent everything is now. I think I might need something else on top. Maybe a chair. I can't seem to stand on the chair. Okay. Oh, I have to grab it? I'm gonna starve in here. Grab it and then jump? What do I need to do? Here, is there anything else I can stand on? Grab the other edge. Okay. Like this edge? And then? What do you mean? The edge of the dresser? I could probably just grab this and just put it up on top. Or one of these crates. There's a hole whose edges you can grab. Whose edges I can grab. Or like over to here? I don't know. Don't know what you're referring to. I'll just stack this box on top and then I think I can... Nope, that doesn't work. Double... Whoop. Oh, there we go. Okay, interesting. I didn't know double space actually did anything. Alright, let's get out of here, man. I don't know where Alpha is, so we're gonna go ping it. Cool, but now we got the shovel, we got an axe. Gaming, guys. Won't be telling you the quest for land. No, that's fine. I am, those kinds of things can come at a later date. Oh yeah, lighter tier 2. Shoot, okay. I'm right. Oop. I think I'm right here at, tier 2, aren't I? Oh, no, I'm... Oh, I'll do that tomorrow. Let's get out of here. I need to go get my signals processed before it's too late. I don't know if I'll actually even have time. We'll see. Hopefully I do. Because I need at least 3 signals, I'm pretty sure. I've only done 2 so far. Ooh. I don't remember what transformer is lighter exactly. Okay, that's fine. We'll find that next time. Oh. Oh. Let me out of here. Oh my god, I'm stuck. There's gonna be like a scary entity that gets me, dude. Remember lighter being on desk next to a computer? And oh yeah, I've definitely been there before. I don't know which one it is, but I know what you're talking about. I've been getting Taco Bell delivered for the last 45 minutes. Oh. It's always scary when like you order something out like kind of close to closing time and then it just takes a little bit too long. It's usually not a good sign. 8 free uses? Okay. Can you like just refuel it with regular old fuel or is it like a special thing? Yeah, I probably am a little screwed here. I don't think I have 3 processed signals yet. Oh, I do. Whoa. Where'd the other one just go? Oh, there it is. Okay, so we're actually okay. But let's go ahead and just give this one a listen. 8 order 100 lighter for 100 points. Oh, okay. Well, I can just order a lighter then. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah. I should have plenty of money after this, so... Some funny stripies. Yeah, I just have one to burn the whole thing of wooden trash. Yeah, I guess you don't really need that many lights. Alright, then this one... And this guy right here. I think I only needed 3, right? Just to make sure. Yeah. I'll just do 3 for today. There's no sense in waiting. Alright. So do mind that you have a ton of wood gibbs in your basement? Yeah, I'll definitely bring those up and shred them for more wood. Alright, that's out there. Let's call it in. eat a yummy chicken burger. Doesn't really give him that much food. Alright. Cool. We got this one not done yet. Let's get that locked in, and then I do have to end stream here. Yeah. We did what we set out to do. We found the paper, which is epic. Now we can make a cooler and go crazy on our Bitcoin mining empire. I'll have to buy some GPUs. Curve seems to be stuck. Yeah, I noticed that. I don't know where my curve is. Let's look at the camera if we can. Uh-oh. Cam 01. Oh yeah, that's that camera. Oh, Kerfer's stuck inside of the transformer. God dang it. Alright. Let's check the shop out. There's a bunch of stuff you can plant. Oh yeah, I bet. Seed. Oh, I guess not seed. Food. What the frick? What's that? Okay, I'm guessing something just crashed down. Oh, I can remote control curve? I didn't know that. Let me try that out. How do I do that? Like infrared? Am I controlling now? Oh, are these the controls? Oh, yeah. It's kind of working. Ooh. Yeah, well, I'll do that next time. I gotta go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go over there and get him out. Okay, what just exploded, though, outside of my house? Like, something just went down, guys. God. Is there smoke coming from somewhere? Yeah, random alien event, I bet. Okay, we'll explore that tomorrow. Yeah, anyways, got our thing sent in, got our points. Now we can do whatever. We can buy a hacksaw, we could mess around. And take off an explosion. Yeah. Whack. Alright. Well, let's save. We'll get Kerfer unstuck. You know how to dig in a coal? I don't know, but I presume it's just hold shovel and dig. So I'll, so I say about... I think you mentioned something about the mailbox. Yeah, what was that all about again? I don't remember. Alright, game saved. Exit. All right. Sorry if I missed any. Let's see. You can do the item copying by using backup save and passing stuff from parallel saves through the mailbox. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I probably won't. I mean, I guess at a certain point, you've probably got enough money with all these little hacks and stuff. Yeah, I'll definitely try the coal stuff, the palette. So if you have one GPU and one cooler, you have all the coolers and GPUs. Oh, so I can just take out like the GPUs I have and I just need one cooler and one GPU for each like rack. Oh, so it's like exponential? That's crazy. All right. Neat. So I can copy them out. Oh, okay. In the mailbox, you mean? Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. I probably don't want to do any save stuff like that, like item duplication, because it feels a little cheaty, but, you know, I'll definitely do the coal stuff, because why not? But yeah. Anyways, thank you gamers for coming to stream. I appreciate it. Thanks for all the info, eyeshadows. I appreciate it. That's how you get certain collectibles in one file. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah. Man, I feel like this game would probably take me like 5,000 hours to find all the secrets and stuff, you know? It's kind of insane how much, just how much content there is. So many little secrets and stuff. There is. So many. God, sorry. Does it require one in a file item to be gotten? Okay, interesting. Cool. Well, let's go ahead and raid out. Who would we like to raid? We'll raid Whitechapel. It's been a little while. Alrighty. Starting that raid up. So there's a whole bar collectible. Oh yeah. Slowly dug out. That's crazy. Yeah. Cool. Well, we're gonna go raid Whitechapel. Thank you everybody for coming. Feel free to buy Starground on Steam. Join the Discord. And yeah, I'll next be live again Friday, 3:30 MDT. I'll probably work a little more on Maze Game. Maybe play more Voice of the Void, but we'll see. But yeah, and really hopefully I get the Starground experimental branch up. We'll try. Yeah, but thank you everybody for coming in. I appreciate it. And we'll see all of you on Friday. So, bye-bye.